Why the hell did Discord break? God damn it. Okay.
What?
Oh, it's
the
because...
first thing that happens in the stream as we start.
There we go. All right.
Oh, Lord.
All right, our Discord icons are finally up. They're not broken.
Yay.
All right.
Oh, man.
Hello, everybody. My name is Mark. I'm trying to figure out, like, a good, like, intro. Like, everybody else has everything. Like, it's just... What do I...
This is, welcome to the PeriodicCast, and this is my podcast, bitch. Like, just say it like that.
Oh, my God.
Cut my life into
Greetings, everybody.
pieces.
Welcome to the
This is my last
PeriodicCast.
resort.
I am the one who knocks, PeriodicPete. And we are talking about Devil May Cry a little bit longer than we expected. Turns out that this show we had a lot more to talk about than we thought. But hopefully we will finish everything off this last stream.
Hopefully. Like, my brain cells can't handle Devil May Cry, so...
To my
These nuts
three
may cry.
my three lovely guests over
Suffocation.
here. Let's no breathing. Can't get a word in. All right, Kaiser, introduce yourself.
How y'all doing? I am here for These Nuts May Cry. And, you know, I'm absolutely fucking excited for this fucking writing in this fucking show. I'm so fucking sad that we're not gonna get any more fucking episodes in a while.
You
So
can throw a few more fucks into that fucking sentence. Try just a little bit fucking
right.
more. And CBF, our serial navel gazer.
Hello, it is I, Serial Navigator CBF, and, you know, like Dante, I'm struggling to come up with a little funny quip, but, just pretend I shot a demon.
But fuck it.
Bang! Skeletor never hasn't looked the same since the 80s.
And last
That was
but
one
not
of the
least,
worst jokes in this show, probably.
very little probably about it. And last but not least, Bio Gundam.
Yeah, if you want to read something better than this, like, official fan fiction, I don't know, go on to, like, fanfiction.net or something like that. Like, there is actually some decent, like, stuff that's been written up there on or when it comes to Devil May Cry, actually. Like, surprisingly. Glad to be here, and I'm looking forward to when we pick apart Devil May Cringe, because, God, I've had some thoughts on these later episodes, and we're just gonna let it out.
Bold of you to describe it
better
as...
or worse fanfiction than, the reboot?
Well, I was gonna say, bold of you, Bio, to describe it as fan
I think
fiction.
so it's tied.
Ouch!
It's bold of you to describe it as fan fiction when I would think that everything in this series is as farthest from what a fan would come up with as possible.
Actually, no, you'd be wrong, because that's the reboot.
damn.
Fair, but like most people weren't a fan of that either. But no,
Yeah, that one's worse.
Okay, what's worse? Okay, the
Dante.
Dante, like, what's worse, that or like Netflix? Because like with Netflix, it like pretended that it's like, oh yeah, it's just gonna be like slightly different, but it's still gonna be Devil May Cry, you know.
Yeah.
And then you watch it, and then you're presented with this.
well,
Honestly, yeah, no, even the reboot one is still like a significantly worse interpretation of Dante. He's both like horribly unlikable and shockingly bland, as is basically all of the cast, to be honest.
Yes.
well,
But at least the one we have here still feels a little more like, you know, what you have in mind for Dante, I'm guessing. I guess.
I
Yeah,
think
a
that we
little
will
bit.
probably find out which one is worse, because we are going to be looking into what I think might be the worst, if not one of the worst, things about the series, and that is the White Rabbit's motivations and his character, which also
yeah.
whether or not episode 6 will make it slightly... I feel like episode 6 is going to be the deciding factor of like whether or not this is better or worse than the reboot. Granted, I don't know much about the reboot, but I feel like...
Well, listen, all you need to know is the reboot is shit. Although
Yeah.
gameplay-wise, it's actually like pretty good, but the
Like-
story and characters.
Even then, it's very mediocre.
Yeah.
Granted, I know it's worse if you're not playing the definitive, because if you don't
that's what I
play
was talking about,
definitive,
like, the definitive
your
edition.
weapons, they have angel and demon weapons, and they correspond to like different enemies that are like red and blue. If you use the wrong one, it'll just bounce off rather than just do less damage. And considering you'll be swarmed with both, at the same time all the time, it'll be like, oh, it's actually really annoying to play.
So, we find Cliffhanger where we left him last, falling from a plane in that one scene from Iron Man 3, and we get another amazing example of dialogue that I just absolutely hate in this series. Let me turn on the subtitles for this, just so that you can experience it with me. Let's see, so Dante says, "Don't think we're finished just because you blew up the plane." And the blue demon guy says, "We won't be finished until you join my brother, half-breed." Which is fine so far. "Do me a favor, try not to die in the fall. So I can kill you myself in case that wasn't clear." Which, yes, it was very clear. You didn't need to point that out.
Yeah. Well,
it's more
Multiple
attentive.
dialogue, folks. Yeah, meanwhile, friggin' evil Kevin Conroy is just praying, just grabbing his, his cross necklace.
Because he has
He's aura forming in the show with the power of Jesus.
He has the script in that crucifix. That's how he knows he's gonna live.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
He got the script faster than John Yambosh, yeah.
But we don't have time to read whatever script he's reading as we cut back to the adventures of Mary Arkham. I definitely meant to say Mary Arkham, as she is still making her way through the complex, being hunted down by 4 demons that are beyond anything that she's ever encountered before. And she is about to
Who should be able to easily kill her, by the way. But fuck power levels and scaling.
Should be able to easily find her. The fact that there's no... You're telling me that there really no cameras in this place? Nobody is monitoring the cameras and telling them, "Hey, she's in this floor in this hallway."
Except there are. That's the problem.
You're right, CBF.
Yeah. You just gotta go to the top floor, which none of them do until later in the episode.
The gas.
Do they even know there are cameras there?
The gas.
Actually, no, they probably do, considering
I think so.
what's his name, Plasma.
Anyways, so she's about to get cornered by one as the elevator doors open up, and they censor the plant demon lady can see her just ever so slightly. Apparently she's blurred, I guess, because I guess that's what happens when you have a crack open, or it just blurs all the light on the inside, and so she can't quite tell. Now then, keep in mind, this is what I'm going to describe what the plant lady is seeing. So she sees this blur on the other side and looks vaguely like Lady. So then, because Lady runs off to the side, the blur has now moved over to the right. It has moved to the right side, now out of her sight. She opens it up, and now suddenly the other guy. I don't know how you mistake them, because you saw one blur leave out to the right side, and you saw another one enter from the left. And I don't know why she
So isn't the other guy way taller than Lady is, and wider
has
today?
wings and has a vastly different shape? Yeah, it's...
How did he even get there?
Look.
He was in the hallway a minute. That actually... He passed by Lady, and I guess he heard her gasp and ran back.
Look, you gotta understand. The plant lady has dyslexia.
So
and it's really, really bad.
So she clearly saw a blur run off to the right. Now, where do they go? Well, Wing Demon Daddy goes down the escalator, elevator, sorry. I mean, I have dyslexia today.
Escalator? This ain't a mall,
and then
what?
Plant Lady walks off in the complete opposite direction that she saw the blur walk off to.
So she saw the humans going down the right and decided, no, I'm gonna go to the left wing.
Yes. That's exactly it. Even if you can...
here's how they can make it smart, right? It's kind of like a feint, right? The demons go to a different area to make Lady think they're leaving, but actually they're just doing it to, ambush her. That would be smart writing there, but, no.
Yeah, that's not
and
what
also, the other
happened.
thing I want to bring up is these demons have enhanced senses. Like, why can't they hear a heartbeat or pick up her scent?
Oh my god, they got super senses. Fuck me,
Or at
dude.
least like Dante does. So I guess there's no reason
I
why
mean,
any of them
I think in
wouldn't.
the
Okay,
games, like some demons, like some have better senses than others. Like some have got a better sense of smell
I
or something
mean,
like that. But like, yeah,
sure,
demons do
but
have
like,
enhanced senses. Why
but
can't they
like for
find her? It's not that
reference,
hard.
Sparta didn't seem like, you know, I mean, he's an extremely powerful demon, obviously, but you know, the kind of like super senses, like better sight and hearing and smell and shit like that, that seems like a relatively basic thing to have. You would think that a plant-based one would definitely have something like that. You know?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
no.
yeah. You would think. Here's the thing, like even and again, part of the reason why I find it so funny that even as someone who doesn't know anything about Devil May Cry, I still think this series is shit. Is that there's still dozens of other stuff. Even if you want to just be like, oh well, there's nowhere in the show that says that they have super senses. Granted, honestly, you could probably infer that they should, given how all the other demon characters react. You have the rabbit.
I mean,
you
in
can
Devil May
block bullets.
Cry, when Dante and Vergil fight the same demon, that demon's like, wait a minute, you smell like Sparta.
Yeah. Well, I mean, just between the rabbit, the white rabbit, and Dante, I can believe that demons should have heightened senses. Even if I were
And like, sure, there's a cat to be let out of the bag regarding the white rabbit later, but
Yeah.
even still,
well, no, like, we see in the first episode, the first fucking scene, that the white rabbit has the kind of reflexes to be able to block bullets midair with a sword. And
Yeah.
he's not your usual kind of demon. So, but like you
Yeah.
said, we will get to that in a little bit. But
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
you
so
can
it's like, yeah,
you can clearly tell that this is the, silhouette of a very humanoid looking person, and she runs off to the right and she just went to the left, whereas if she looked even slightly to the left, she would have found
She,
good old
Yeah.
lady over there in the elevator shaft. Just
look, she's got Zorro directions, okay? She doesn't know her left from her right.
yeah. So then the rest of Dark Calm. Why that? Anyways, we already talked about that. But so the rest
What
of
about
Dark
Demon
Calm show up, and they're outside this complex. So it's kind of fucked for the White Rabbit and all their demon buddies, considering that an entire battalion is slowly closing in on them, and their hideout is now exposed. Really, really sucks that all that stuff happened, because a big fight's about to happen that I'm totally sure is not intentional. So
Oh yeah, totally.
little Mr. Batman, not Batman, goes down into the depths to talk to all of the other demons that are down there, and they're gonna be like, yeah, we're gonna unleash hell in a figurative and very literal sense in a minute, but we don't have time.
I'm pretty sure those are supposed to be like the surviving experiments too.
But we haven't gotten to that yet, CBF, but we're about to. So it's funny that you mentioned that.
Oh boy.
Yeah, why are you fucking spoiling everything, CBS?
So-
Jesus Christ.
Lady.
Hey, this isn't Ruby. We can talk about spoiler things and spoiler questions.
Yeah.
Spoiler answers.
All the spoiler questions. Dark Calm is so stupid. You don't do you get it? Name. Oh yeah. Welcome, Dan Guy 97, the #1 rival, by the way. Yes, spoiled questions.
Hey, how you guys doing?
So, she comes into this place where there's a bunch of experimentation stuff happening, and she even runs into one of the people who's being experimented on, and hallucinates her father's face on him, and he is begging her to kill him. Sees another guy whose arm falls off, or I think it's his head. All these people are just being tortured, and presumably what is happening is that the White Rabbit is experimenting on the regular demons and turning them into really rough and tough demons. Now, this does make you wonder why, if that is in fact what, I don't think they ever confirm or say outright that is what's happening, but I'm pretty sure we can assume that is what's happening. That does mean, or that we are to infer that everyone that not Batman released in the dungeons are all people who've been experimented on. So it does make you wonder why they still want to follow the White Rabbit if they have, went under that kind of treatment, or if maybe they've had any other friends that didn't exactly turn out too well, or just some interesting questions about the loyalties of these demons. And I'm sure that we will find out a lot about these guys.
Maybe it's Stockholm syndrome or something like that.
They're definitely not going to be the Suicide Squad 2.0. We're definitely going to learn more about these demons and their motivations, especially in this episode in particular.
Yeah, and especially I remember later they get a confrontation about that where it's like, you even experiment on those guys, White Rabbit. You can't talk shit about the humans.
Oh, but we will get to that. So, substitute member of the Suicide Squad catches up with Lady, and his eyes shimmer. It's shown that he is actually the shapeshifter the whole time, and he's probably gonna do some not so good stuff. But we're gonna cut back to Iron Man 3. And this is where Dante's devil trigger happened. Like, he struggles a little bit, he finds some parachutes, saves a couple people, but finds that he's struggling a lot and is not doing super good, and he realizes he has to wake the power within him. And oh wait, never mind, this isn't the scene where he turns it to. I think he's still having
almost.
Oh yeah, I think they're still like falling. Like he's prepping to do it.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Yeah, like we're right now. This actually, I actually kind of like this, but we're actually seeing him do like the fun flippy dippy stuff and while being like charismatic about it, while ultimately being like, all right, this is the time for him to really step it up and such. Yeah. So it's like we're getting some amount of that Dante-ness here and there. That we actually want to see.
I'm gonna save my mom, not mom. And then save this other guy. Yep. Yeah, and like you see him running on the wing. You see him, hanging onto that other parachute. And yeah, he's doing some fun stuff. I think we're supposed to believe that he's having more PTSD because of the fire and that explosion just there. And that's why he kind of gets out of it in the next scene. I think that's what they're implying. I still think that it's really stupid that he has PTSD from just fire when there are plenty of times when he doesn't have PTSD when there's fire, but we don't have time for that because we're back to the adventures.
Yeah, and also Dan Guy 96. Yeah, we'll get there. We have thoughts. I think especially Bio and I have thoughts.
Ryan Carson,
y'all are the freaking DMC Loraxes here, so y'all gonna complain about the lead devil triggers.
This is the episode where I'm amazed how these demons can't kill one woman. They massacred all those soldiers and they can't kill this girl. Yup, they call her Mary. They call her Mary Sue Arkham.
Listen,
Arkham.
Ryan. Here's the thing. You see, the problem is that she has the sexism on her, so of course they can't kill her. Or else they'll get called.
But like half the other squad were women too. The problem is they all just suck.
Yeah, all of them.
Yeah, they suck equally. But if they take down the one woman that's good, that would be pretty sexy.
The rest of them all sucked equally. It's just that Lady just sucks more. That's why she was working the shaft.
Yeah, she's the worst character in the show.
Yeah,
probably.
I think White Rabbit is probably like a close second, but it's definitely one of them. But we'll probably talk about that rather shortly. Yeah. So she's seeing all this horrendous stuff, and she's not quite liking it. She's realizing that, and she's seeing some correlations with like her own father, and so she decides to waste a shit ton of ammunition, just destroying all of it. Meaning that they now have that much less ammunition to protect themselves.
Yeah, and making noises so demons can hear her and be like, "Hey, I'm over here."
Yeah.
That's the more important thing. It's like that other thing. It's like, all right, she's just like definitely having like a hard, crazy emotional response there. Like she's not in the right mind.
But here's the problem.
Blasting, but it's like now the demons should all be able to hear that.
That should have
compromised them, and then freaking Plasma right there will be like, we'll show right there. We'll be like, oh, there you guys are. All right, time to betray her. Bang.
And here's the bigger problem. I don't care.
Yeah,
I don't care about Mary's feelings in regards to the scene. Like, if she was the least bit likable or entertaining, I would be all over this, and I
What
would
if she was
probably
like
just let
actually
it fly.
remotely interesting beforehand? They started like
Yeah, I would let this
showing
shit
anything
fly,
to
to be
really
honest.
give us much actual like legitimate intrigue and reason to care beyond.
Right.
Oh, now her friend, her allies who we didn't give a damn about are dead, and she's
Yeah.
kind of losing it now.
Is why they're the Suicide Squad. And honestly, like, it's
Oh
kind
my
of the
God.
same about how I feel about the Demon Suicide Squad. Is that they're characterized about as much, and like, it's part of the reason why, even though I think the Shapeshifter is probably my favorite character, it's not by much, because even he probably has a little bit of a potential to have a better character. And like, I see a missed opportunity here, because think about this for a second. So the Shapeshifter, he's hanging out with her, he watches her, destroy all of this out of very clear concern, for all the, atrocious stuff here. Now, whether or not he would necessarily agree with it, since he's one of the White Rabbit's top men, is probably up for debate. But then they walk down this hallway. Let's see. Let me turn on the subtrack again, so that we can see exactly what they're saying. VLC, please work with me. But they were different. They care for each other like a family. And his response, so instead of being like, oh shit, this high-ranking person in Darkcom is actually starting to see demons as people. And instead of, like, recognizing that, he just plays into things like, yeah, but they're still demons, right? And, like, you had an opportunity to, like, flesh out this guy, actually give him some semblance of character, because, like...
Oh my God, I honestly, I kind of blanked out during the scene that this was supposed to be plasma in disguise. Like, I was like,
And
okay,
remember,
I don't care. But like, yeah, you're right.
And remember, this is the guy who spared that mother and child earlier at the beginning of the series. Like,
Right.
Isn't he, like, the one character who you absolutely would... Like, this is the perfect opportunity to, like, characterize him in such a way that would make that kind of decision, make sense for his character. Maybe, like, establish him as someone who maybe also kind of sees good in humanity and, like, is now given the chance to see humanity in the heart of a person working for their mortal enemies. And, like, they do nothing with it. This is...
Yeah, it's like, you could still have this scene, but maybe even just, like, have a little bit where he's, like, having a little bit of a reaction before straining
show some
himself out to
hesitation.
continue the act.
Dude, for...
Yeah, show some hesitation. It makes absolutely no sense, especially with what we see later on in the show, for him to just not have a fucking reaction to this shit. This is the similar problem. There are so many shows these days that have this exact problem. Characters that have every reason to react to a certain thing happening just don't fucking have it for no reason at all.
And she keeps going. They're not like the ones I fought. I think it might be more complicated than that. And like she's actually pushing back on him, even as he's playing this character. She's being like, no, not all these people are evil. There's something else going on here, and he is unfazed by it.
But then we're supposed to believe this is the same guy who gives a flying fuck about demons and being betrayed by the White Rabbit later on. Like, are you fucking serious?
It's like, right there, you can just tweak his facial expression a little bit to be a little bit resembling of what Lady's is right there, because like you can tell she feels like horror and remorse. Like maybe show like a little bit of facial expression, just like to subtly show that he is like, oh wow, like about this, that'd be something that'd go a long way.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Rika says, "Hey guys, how many times has Lady dropped the F-bomb at this point?"
The
At
counter
least
is
30.
At
broken.
least 50 plus.
The counter is broken.
There you
I'm
go.
pretty sure she's probably dropped that amount as the counter is probably has many instances as the Krillin owned count in the entirety of DBZA.
It's at 1006. That's
no, I think your scatter numbers need to be flipped.
Oh, is it? Oh my god! You guys will never believe this. But like for real, I like the shapeshifter, but not because of like who he is, but because of who I think he could be. Genuinely, I think I would love him so much more if he was like a recurring character. Maybe even like in season 2, maybe if he had like a redemption kind of, and like maybe even turned against the White Rabbit, and maybe he was like, you know what, humans aren't so bad after all. Like, because he's in the perfect place. You establish him as someone who doesn't want to kill an innocent mother and child, which already says a lot about his character.
Also, think about like not all humans being bad thing. I mean, here's the thing: most humans didn't even know that demons were real.
Yeah.
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 And to be and also to be fair, we didn't know that they survived until the end of the show anyway. So that's kind of just like retroactively thrown in.
True. That's true.
We for all we knew up until episode 8,
Well,
they could have been dead, and then we just see them again and they're like, wait, they're alive?
And if anything, that makes me hate it even more. The fact that like we only got that little bit of character after he died.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, they
accidentally told an interesting story they did not plan on telling.
Yeah.
Which would work really well given what they're trying to do with demons in general, but they just chose not to do that.
Yeah. And like out of everyone in the Demon Suicide Squad, he had the most potential for like character. The rest of them are just.
I mean, everybody else kind of I mean, he showed potential at all because everybody else is just kind of I don't know, evil McEvilson.
And to my understanding, the shapeshifter is just like a regular boss in the DMC games. Like, I don't know if you guys could tell me like something about like what his character is there. I imagine that it's drastically different from what we're describing. But
I completely forgot. And to be fair,
you go.
Yeah, I completely forgot. And to be fair, most of these demons either didn't. They had about as if not even less personality in the games.
That's
like,
fair.
Freaking Cavalier there. I don't even think he had dialogue in 5, and like some of the rest. The only ones who are like noticeably different are Agni and Rudra.
Yeah.
Because they're more so just like these sort of like stoic guardians who after they're defeated, it's like, all right, Dante, we'll serve you as our weapons, and then Dante's like, shut up, no talking, only I get to talk.
Also, Ryan's right. Plasma, you have the perfect chance to kill her right now.
Wait, but they're keeping. Yeah, and also, Ryan, another thing, straight up, they did spare her because, like, at that point, when we see them in episode 7 and 8, in episode 8, Plasma is supposed to have been long dead by now. Spoiler alert, they die in this episode.
Yeah.
He dies in this episode, and they come back.
Plasma? Oh, well, you mean, the shapeshifter comes back, or do you mean
the
mother and child,
mom and the baby?
Yeah, sorry, I was confused there for a minute. Yeah.
Also, yeah, I guess I forgot Plasma was
And,
a regular
and
enemy.
somehow the mother and the baby they returned.
So, but like, okay, so then it sounds like having like him, because it sounds like that would be like a change for his character from how he was in the games. But it seems like we're kind of in agreement that having him, if they had decided to go the sympathetic route, and it might actually explain why he's not killing Lady right now, is if he was starting to realize, wait, someone in Darkham is actually maybe sympathetic to us.
Yeah, they could have plugged up this hole right there all at once, but they chose not to.
It sounds like that is a change to how he was in the games, but it sounds like a change that would have fit for what's being attempted in this telling of Devil May Cry, which I think is part of the thing that I'm gonna get to like later once we get to the end of the series, is that I believe that you can make changes, even drastic ones, to the source material when you are adapting something, but there is something core to what you have to adapt when you are doing it. We'll talk about that later, but I want to make it clear, the reason why Devil May Cry is bad is not because it is different from Devil May Cry, the video games. It's because it's a shit series.
Yeah, like, it's bad like the way the reboot is bad. It's not just because, it's different. It's just badly written. The main difference is, it feels like there's at least a little bit more respect for the franchise here than in there.
So, then...
Again, the bar is south of heaven. Or I guess... Now, the bar is west of Earth, or whatever direction Makai is in.
Yeah. So then he accidentally gives away that the demons are, or he uses the term Makai. I think that they were actually focusing on the gun, implying that he was going to use it, and then like he used the word Makai, and she's like, oh, you mean hell, right? And that's when she realized, oh yeah, he's actually, yeah, him. Also, I never really thought about this before, but, like, doesn't the fact that, like, he can replicate a gun also mean that, like, he can also mirror objects and not just, like, living creatures?
I mean, to be fair, I would have gotten that. I would have gotten that already by the fact that he was able to copy people's clothes.
True.
So, you know.
No, I don't think that really changes a whole lot. It's just something that, like, I didn't even think about before. I don't think it really changes a whole lot. So anyways, he knocks her into the staircase where one of the other demons just so happens to be, and just punching them a bit is just enough for them to hear it. But the massive, like, the gunfire that was being fired off not, like, 2-3 minutes ago. No, that wasn't enough to, like, catch their attention.
Maybe they were, like, in the exact opposite side of, like, the building, and in, like, a few stories above or below. I don't know.
And then, one of the stupidest examples of plot armor, primarily because it's Mary just reading the fucking script. So, she stops him, just by saying, wait. Why exactly he decides to listen to her at this point is just beyond me right now. But she's like, oh, yeah, well, you need me alive because otherwise you can't turn into me. And so, like, if you keep me alive, you can transform into me and you can, like, infiltrate Darkcom and that kind of, you know, nonsense. Now, instead of...
Why would he care?
Know that?
Yeah.
Why would he care?
Bio said it. How does she know that? How does she know that that's how his transformation stuff works? How does she know?
Yeah, because I want to mention that, I'll mention this now, let CBF go, right? Like, how the fuck does she know that? Because here's the thing. Like, you know, they have mentioned that demons, at least in this universe, have some pseudo shape-shifting ability, right? And this guy's a bit more of a unique one, right?
Yeah.
How would she know how his powers work? It makes no sense.
Yeah. He only explained it to, like, one other guy, and it's the guy who he transformed into earlier. She doesn't know.
So it's like...
No one else knows as far as we're aware.
Yeah, so as far as she should assume, that guy is probably dead.
Yeah. Like, well,
we know he's not, but why does she know that?
Yeah. Well, it's because she needs to know that in order for her to leverage him to be, like, to live. But, okay, let's...
I can't believe I didn't realize that.
But it gets even better. Now, instead of knocking her out, subduing her, doing literally anything before transforming into her, because why would he need to transform into her? There are no other Darkcom soldiers in the facility right now. Granted, they're outside, but, like, they need to deal with this one first, considering how much plot armor she has. And instead of doing that, he just transforms into her, picks up the gun, and then gets ambushed by the other one. Like, never realizing, oh yeah, now I look like the Darkcom soldier that we're hunting down, and I haven't told my friends that I have transformed into said Darkcom soldier. And so she gets shot up full of, you know, all these little needles and stuff that I guess, you know, have a neutralizing toxin in them, and that's why he now can't move. Yeah. Where exactly Lady is during all this? I don't fucking know. Off to the land of plot armory place. Why the hell he let her just, like, be over there all spooky in the shadows? I don't know. Because if he didn't, this would be over. This whole fight would be over. But
and also, Ryan Carson, she specifically mentioned that she is, like, a much higher ranking soldier. So, like, the idea is that, oh, you just got, like, a normal mook. Me, I'm one of the big dogs.
Yeah.
The problem is, on top of what Pete said, why would he care? The only one who gives a shit about this, specifically, is the White Rabbit. Because that's his revenge plot.
Yeah.
Which, again, that's spoilers for later, so it's like, that's another example of just sort of reading the script. She's just assuming that they actually want to infiltrate Darkcom to destroy it, rather than confidently thinking, oh, we can just kill everyone like ourselves.
Now,
It just works. It just works, like Todd Howard said.
Now I'm going to do a flashback real quick, since it's now been one stream ago, to episode 4, when the Demon Suicide
Just realized
Squad
my mic hadn't
was
been working this whole
massacring.
time.
Oh, sorry about that. When
Remember to put the sepia tone
oh yeah, also I think, oh no, never mind, we're not echoing anymore.
or grayscale.
Yeah. So going back to episode 4, because I want to refer back to something important. The plant lady has bulletproof leafing on her, so like you could see multiple shots.
Oh shit! Yeah,
fired at her.
yeah, you're right.
I mentioned this in the last stream, but now we're actually going to get to it. And even better, she has a dragon form that is completely bulletproof.
True.
So we see her come down from the ceiling at one point. Yeah, so she comes down from the ceiling. She's killing a bunch of guys. And there's her dragon form. And they fire off like a bunch of shots at it at some point, I think. And she just like shrugs them off. I'm trying to find where. I know it happens. God damn it. Yeah, so there it is. Hold on. She fires off a bunch. I'm waiting. Yeah, so, okay, he's dead. Come on, I know it's there. I've watched it like 5 times. Yeah, we know his wings are bulletproof.
I can only Netflix DMC 5 times.
No, I watched that specific scene like 5 times. I'm not gonna be like Mandela affected here.
No, you're secretly, you're actually just there for this show. Compilation 5 times.
Well, you know, it wouldn't be the first show that I hate this much that I have watched an unhealthy amount. But like, all right, just take my word for it that like her little dragon form is completely bulletproof. That one right there. Oh wait, no, I think this is. Hold on. So dodging a bunch, they die. I'm going to find it.
I will find it.
So Lady fires off like several shots at it, and she retracts into this little, rosebud form and just like walks it off.
Thanks it.
Now, cut back to where we were just a bit ago before I was trying to find that. So and
snap back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity.
Oh, there goes Demon Lady. Yeah, there goes Suicide.
There goes consistency.
Yeah. Now, instead of like going into dragon mode and just blocking all the bullets that she possibly can, she figures, you know what? I think I can dodge these, and she just keeps firing and firing.
Dude, she tried doing the Dark Souls strat, bro.
And then she explodes.
It would be one thing if she just got like popped once and that was it. Yeah. But no, like she dodged and decided not to have the sense to do that.
Yeah.
Right.
Honestly, it would have been cooler if it's just like she didn't notice in time and then bang, headshot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mary's team. What are we? Some kind of Suicide Squad? And then you have the White Rabbits team. He's getting all them together and they're the same thing. What are we? Some kind of demon Suicide Squad? All right.
God.
Well, that's one more member of the Demon Suicide Squad down.
And now we're done banging and banging and banging, and we're about to pull our devil trigger.
So I'm going to let CBF and Bio just absolutely tell me all their opinions about it because you guys are more familiar. I'm going to try to pull up a picture of the devil trigger design from.
Yeah, just say my opinion doesn't matter, okay, guys? My opinion never matters.
So you got.
Your only opinions you're allowed to have are on the design. Got that?
Just
we're gonna keep your option of the song.
Okay, all right.
We're musical leaders today, guys.
You can gatekeep that for me.
So he can fly now. He can fly now.
He can fly now.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, you can do that in the games.
So
still.
Go
song.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Why? Sure, Devil May Cry 5 is the most popular game of the series. It brought back Devil May Cry from the weird limbo it was in. It is the most profitable game in the franchise, so a lot of people naturally started with that first, the same way they're starting with here first, and they'll move on to like the other games, especially 5.
Right.
So Devil May Cry's like Double Trigger, that's probably like the most iconic song. The only like second only to, or at least in contention with freaking
Bury the Light.
Bury the Light at this point, as far as like what the newer fans are concerned.
Yeah.
So I get it, like, oh, this is the song everyone recognizes, and we
I
don't
know what
spin on it.
it is.
I remember.
Yeah. But no, why would you use Nero's theme for this?
Yeah.
But because it's
And on top
the
of that,
Devil
it's not even a
Trigger.
good rendition. I don't like the song itself, but it's like you're not gonna use any of like Dante's themes here, like freaking any like his normal battle theme in 3 or in 4. Technically, it would have made more sense to even use the terrible song from 5 that's Dante's theme, but I don't think anyone would want to hear that for a multitude of reasons.
So
So it's like so in a certain kind of logic, I can see why they went with this, but it's like, oh man, I remember as a Blaze Blue fan, like we were clowning on this so hard. It would just be like 2 of Blaze Blue characters fighting who have their own specific themes and a theme that is for them fighting, and it's just like, oh, Ragna and Jin fighting, and instead they play Ragna and Terami's battle theme.
Oh man.
all right, so general thoughts on the design. I'm about to pull up like some Devil Trigger designs from the other games in just a little bit.
Okay.
yeah,
But
Also,
yeah,
Rip-
no, I'm
Rip
not a fan of
Bios-
this.
Bios perished again.
Yeah,
before
Ah,
he
shit.
gave his
I was afraid of
thoughts.
that. So I'm going to pull up what the result I got from. Well, you can tell me which game this one is from.
None of them. This is a original design.
Yeah.
Oh no, that one.
Yeah, sorry, I was about to pull up. Well, I
I-
mean, no. You talk about the first one.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. Give us your
I
thoughts.
think that one. You're right. That one right there. I forget.
that was
one
the
might be
closest
4?
one.
That might have
Or
been
5.
4.
Yeah,
From
because
what I
that
remember.
looks like 4 graphics rather than 3 or even 5. But yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that feels like that's probably the closest resemblance to this. I could be mistaken because it's been so
I
long
remember
since I
what
looked
the
at any of the
third
Devil
one was,
Triggers,
yeah.
except for when Manga-Con was like, well, at least this is better than the design in the reboot, and we put a design on massive air quotes because Pete, you want to look up the Devil Trigger in the reboot?
Yeah.
Netflix DMC.
oh,
No, the 2013 game.
Oh,
yeah, the game.
Yeah.
DMC.
Okay. Yeah. Give me just a second.
The games.
Yeah, but that's just a game.
EA Sports. It's in the game.
All right.
Oh
so
my God.
DMC Devil May Cry Devil Trigger.
Yes, that Dante. Dante. Dino.
Dante.
Yeah.
Um.
Those were the 2 most popular names for him.
Is he-
Dante and like Dino.
Hold on.
Dante
Is
name only.
this
Yeah.
the right one? It's just Dante, but like red or Dante, I should say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's it. This
With,
is it?
with, like white hair, like show it.
That's it.
Yeah, yes,
Yeah,
that's it. He
that-
gets a
that
glow
is
and
just
his hair grows white. That's it.
It's literally a bargain bin Super Saiyan thing.
That's really lame. Oh my god. I'm slowly understanding more and more. Why does it?
so at least you could say that, like, you know, Netflix tried harder, but they just made the Devil Trigger look like a bargain bin version of
Try hard is
like
definitely a
you
term.
know what that what was it? That show that got showed on, not a show. I think it was like a Cartoon Network original movie. I think it's called Fire Breather or whatever.
Oh,
about the
I
Never heard
remember
of it.
that one. I don't remember anything about it, but I remember it. It was like
Okay, but you remember the main character's like dragon form in that movie, right?
yeah.
This looks like a worse version of that. That's the
Oh.
closest thing I can think of in
From
regards
from
to
the
that.
anime or from the DMC reboot.
Oh, sorry, from the anime. My
Yeah.
bad.
Okay. You know, I get that. Yeah. As far as like, you know, without any context, like if I were to remove everything
bad.
else that I've seen from like the other
Even without that, this still
Welcome
looks
back.
this
It's-
looks really bad.
Yeah, it's ugly. It's mainly the CG for the Netflix one, but
Yeah,
again,
oh, yeah.
at least it's a design. At least it's a design that's meant to evoke, oh yeah, this is what a
Yeah.
devil trigger vaguely looks like.
But
Because they always change in every game.
But they had to use CG because it would be difficult to animate a model has this much detail on it.
I don't know. I don't really like this devil trigger. It's like it's like a really lame version of a devil trigger. It's like, and also,
Yeah.
CB, to correct you, Dante's devil trigger does look the same in DMC 4 and 5. It's just like a slightly bit
Okay.
like more detail.
Oh yeah,
gets,
so
like,
it's just a graphical difference. Gotcha. Of
And then,
course, that's
um,
excluding Sin Devil Trigger, which is its own transformation in 5, but still, yeah.
And,
Okay, so
yeah, but like his devil trigger looks the same in 4 and 5. Minus some graphical updates.
so I
because
guess
when it
that's
comes
the
to,
one in
like-
4 then that he showed earlier.
Yeah. Anyway, I mean, the thing with like the devil trigger, I mean, I think the reason for why they change is it's also like Dante kind of, maturing as well as a demon. Like he's kind of coming
Right.
into his power, right? Because
The worst
he's
part
not-
is, there's already a design for Dante in his early years and what Devil Trigger for him looks like in
his early
DMC3.
devil trigger looks fucking
Why
cool,
couldn't
right?
they have done way more allusion to that?
That's what I'm gonna say, right? Because you get the impression in the game, right, that especially number 3, right, like he's just woken up to his demonic power, and his demon form is changing because his demon form is like you could say like maturing or something like that. Because
Right. Yeah, it's
Um,
his devil stats has gone legal, right? I understand.
Yeah.
he's gone legal.
And
right?
like the one
I
you
mean,
showed
if you
there is
look
like a
at,
2D render of it.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at like his Shin Devil Trigger forms, which is like I guess like his final Devil Trigger form, like it looks a lot like his dad, right? Like you can see a lot of like Sparta's demon form in that, and Vergil's as well. So, like, okay, I like the callback to 4 and 5, but I think his Devil Trigger form should be more reminiscent of like what it was in 3, or at least in 1.
Yeah.
Mm.
Because
Yeah.
because this is when he's kind of like maturing into his like demon powers, right? Because at number 3, right, like he has them, but they're not fully developed yet. And then like he gets stabbed rebellion, he wakes up to his devil trigger, and more of his demon powers start coming to the forefront because he's starting to fully awaken to them.
Right.
Yeah.
So, back to reenacting Iron Man 3. I'm gonna keep making that joke until
At least there's no Imagine
Marvel
Dragons
movies,
this
they
time.
contribute to the community.
Granted,
the
that was one of the
misery.
better songs that I've ever heard from them, and a lot of the songs in this show are not much better than the average Imagine Dragons song. Sorry, not sorry.
So, then he saves everybody by the skin on their shirts, and he flies off, and I believe he's gonna leave them up on that little building there, and then the Wind Oni then comes back and he's gonna fight them, but we don't have time for that. We gotta cut back to Mary's.
Nobody got time for that.
We gotta
Oh,
cut
thank
back.
God we don't have to talk about the worst fight in the show potentially.
Oh my
At least
God.
visually.
Yeah.
At least
Fuck.
visually.
Oh, don't worry. We
And even,
will.
and even logically.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We can skip that for now.
for now.
For
So,
now.
then Mary or Lady, whatever you want to call her at this point, comes across the main security room just open. It was completely unlocked. Just completely unlocked. There it is.
Nobody bothered to check here and usually like,
Yeah.
no one, they freaking just be like, all right, we have our imposter, have one of them keep eye on the camera, others eye on the button. When you see
Yeah.
her, just bam, get her ass.
Yep.
Some Mogus up in here.
The fact that there's nobody in the security room right now is also kind of silly.
Yeah, so much for security. You'd think they'd have like a couple of demons like watching the security cameras.
Yeah, and the fact that
Right.
like now she is in the room with like the open gate button to like let all the demon killers in. Bear in mind that like all those
Dog.
innocent little demons that White Rabbit is hoping to fight for, like if the blast doors that are apparently demon proof get opened, then all of them are gonna storm the place and kill
Yep.
everybody.
Yeah,
What-
they're fucked.
Yeah. But
That's
like,
why she comes up with the big brain
Yeah.
solution, Pete.
Oh my god! Don't even get me started in regards to how this still somehow fits into the White Rabbit's plan, which is so fucking stupid.
honestly, I don't see how this could fit into the White Rabbit's plan. And if it does, it just makes him seem that much more out of character. And why, like,
No, yeah, because like this completely relies upon the White Rabbit basically believing his minions would be
Yeah.
dumb enough to let Lady get this far.
Yeah, so she opens the
Granted-
door and there's oh, sorry, CBF, you were gonna say something?
Yeah. Granted, I don't think what happens later was part of the plan. I think the only part of the plan was seeing her get to the point where she finds the stuff and realize she's been duped.
Yeah.
I don't think what happens at the end of the
Wait.
episode was at all part of the plan, but I don't
No.
think he really
Okay.
cared because it's frankly negligible.
I guess.
So, it probably I definitely agree that it wasn't what happens at the end wasn't a part of his plan, but it would have been very difficult. Well, we'll get to that when we get the reveal about the tracker the whole time. So, she tries to tell them that it's a trap and that there's C4. It's right on the inside and it's gonna blow everybody up. And I believe, so they just run back and it explodes. It probably maybe kills some people. How this doesn't bring down the whole building, I don't fucking know.
I guess that was just like that one specific bit of C4 right
so.
there, not the C4 all over the rest of the building. And hey, look, it's that terrible fight
Yeah.
scene that makes no sense and looks really ugly because it's just
Yeah.
two CGI monstrosities pelting each other, and somehow Dante has more of a struggle with
I was about to
Rudra
say,
in his
bro.
demon form, in his double trigger, than he did in his original form and when he was fighting Agni.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah, I would like to mention
This
that,
should be a
like, you know,
blowout. This should be like the satisfying moment where it's like, all right, I've awakened my power. I'm going to curb stomp you now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
if I
it's
remember correctly, like in the lore, right, when Dante activates his devil trigger, he's like 10 times, like 100 times stronger than he is in his base form. Like he should
Right.
absolutely like wipe the floor with this guy. It shouldn't even be a
I mean-
fight. It should just be like one punch, he's dead.
I mean,
Even
even with the
gameplay-wise,
show's
it's like-
own logic, that we saw, Dante partially using Devil Trigger was enough to just one-shot Agni. But him
Yeah.
going full, but I mean, I guess you could say, all right, dude, maybe if you're like a really ratty power scaler, you could be like, oh, well, that guy was off guard, so it doesn't count.
you guys are talking about all the fight scene stuff, and all I'm thinking about is this dialogue from Dante. So he says, "You know what I felt when I killed your brother? Nothing." Which, when you have like a demon form, it's like, oh yeah, like you turn into a demon, you have like fewer emotions, you have probably like much more rage filled. I believe later he talks about how his demon form has a lot more rage.
Rage and shit.
Doesn't this seem
I mean,
a little bit
if
counter?
If you've ever read like the Before V manga, right, which is a manga that takes place before DMC5, right, and they go into more detail about like V meeting Dante for the first time, and the second he mentions Vergil, like you just see like Dante's eyes like light up like a demon's and stuff like that, and you kind of see him almost like partially transforming, right, which kind of implies that like his devil trigger also maybe when he goes to that demon form, right, it is maybe fueled by rage and other emotions and stuff like that. I mean, listen, I don't know the psychology of a half demon, right, but it's definitely implied that like when he's in his devil form, right, he might not be exactly like he's running on that he's running on something.
Yeah, what confuses me is how doesn't this kind of like confuse the whole point of like, oh, not all demons are that way.
Hashtag not all demons.
If like
it's like kind of a turning, he doesn't know that, he doesn't care, and at this point he's just doing it to piss off Rudra. He's like, yeah, no, fuck you, I hate you, you die. I don't care about you. Suck my dick, bitch.
By the way, I have a problem with that dialogue anyway because it seems so like mean-spirited, and that's not what Dante does. Like, Dante's kind of like, woohoo. Like, listen, when Dante taunts, right? Like, because so I was reading like a Reddit post, right? Like the types of cool the different characters are. Like Dante is California cool. Like even when he's threatening to kill you, you're like, damn, that was a really cool line. Like
Yeah.
that dialogue there, like they said, is really like mean spirited, and I don't
I
think
mean,
Dante's ever like that.
I think this still could have been fine. Because like the idea is that this serves as a contrast to his typical attitude and personality, right? That is like, he's usually really jokey, but his back is against the wall throughout this whole thing, and they forced him to do something to become something he wasn't, he didn't necessarily want to be, right? Which would have been great, but I think I guess in a similar issue in regards to the plasma guy, is that number one, Dante was barely even all that cool before this scene. Let's be honest. And number
Yeah.
two, like it's such a the degree in which how drastic this change is. Like honestly, this scene would have been way more impactful if Dante just didn't talk and just started pummeling the shit out of him.
Yeah, and to be honest, right here, he resembles more Dante than Dante in terms of his actions here. Like
Yes.
that is the
Well-
kind of line that reboot Dante would say.
Right.
That doesn't even quite feel like what he'd say here. Like, again, we're all seeing this. He's struggling. When it's like, even in the games, like when you pop up Devil Trigger, you heal. You're so much faster. You do so
Yeah.
much more damage.
Yeah.
And yet, even like that one slice, that's like that. That might as well have been as impactful as when he hit both him and Agni with the motorcycle to the tune of Papa Roach back in episode 3.
Yeah.
Yep. So yeah, he
And like even now, it's like again, bro, this should be like a cool, satisfying finisher. It's not.
Yeah.
No. And
Badly
also just-
animated. It's a
yeah, I'm about to
as hell.
say
Like,
it doesn't help that it looks bad.
yeah, it's just one CGI monstrosity versus another, and it just does not
Yeah.
look good at all. In fact, yeah. So
And then look, he stopped because like, oh,
Yeah.
this was happening.
So
there.
he's trying to find out where the white rabbit is, and then he finally finds out. He figures, oh, there's an explosion over there, so that's probably where he is. So then we cut
doesn't
back.
take the time to finish him off.
Cut back to
Even though
the
he easily could.
misadventures of Lady.
Oh god.
Turns out that the damage done from the C4 was negligible, which, I mean, yeah, even I could have told you that. The fact that that was even... I feel like the C4 being set up there would have been, like, as a last defense, because they would have had, like, a
Maybe,
better
yes.
chance of trying to, keep everyone else from getting in and just trying to evacuate in general, rather than just being like, I'll take out a few of them with this C4 explosive, but, like, this is Darkcom. They're gonna have a shit ton of soldiers to follow behind.
Yeah, and again, like for some reason, only one went off. When normally that would you'd probably want to just be like, all right, scorched earth. Let's just blow the whole building up with like a whole bunch of them littered throughout.
And considering the kind of actions that White Rabbit has taken, it wouldn't exactly seem out of character. But it's also ironically, well, I mean, but it is also ironically out of character for him to be that way. But anyways, so Lady is she is announcing and saying that, like, oh, we're not the bad guys. I understand that you have been tormented here and that you don't quite like the White Rabbit either. I have ordered my men to stand down. This is a rescue operation. We're gonna take you guys to someplace safe, and definitely not the inside of a pickup truck with flamethrowers on the inside.
Totally not.
Yeah, no. So
No, not at all.
so she just
Yeah,
figured-
totally. She would have never expected to be overruled here, or
No.
like seeing.
Yeah,
Many of
even though
those
this
sorta-
completely entirely goes against what their organization does and what they're about.
Yeah, like even before she knew that Kevin Conroy was just balls to the walls evil, why the hell wouldn't she assume that he would, supersede her command and just tell them to kill them all?
Yeah, she expected them, Kevin Conroy, to not get called and be like, "Hey, Mary's like doing this, and I'm not super sure about it. What do I do?
Kill them.
Savages, barely even human.
Man.
I am Snyderverse Batman.
No
We-
shit.
Oh no.
Yeah.
If there's even a 1% chance that those demons will kill someone, let's take it as an absolute certainty.
Yeah.
Tell me, do you bleed?
You
will.
If there's
God.
even a 1% chance.
So then we cut back to
Yeah, again, the fight is happening again. Still.
yeah,
Oh my God.
Dante. It's still just really lame. Now he's losing his devil trigger. His devil trigger is out of ammo.
my God.
He's got a
His
devil.
mod is low.
His devil shell has been jammed in the devil barrel, and so now we can't pull the devil trigger anymore. I'm running out of like devil analogies for his devil trigger.
Devilishly.
Yeah.
But no, there's enough for him to still
Somehow he
do this.
redirects Rudra's trajectory so that he moves towards the building somehow. I don't know how that
Yes.
works exactly.
Oh, and to be clear, Dan Guy 96, we don't really care so much about them nerfing Dante. It's more so the fact that it's very inconsistent here.
Yeah,
like, his
even
power level is
within
really
the rules.
inconsistent.
Yeah, even within the rules of the show itself, like let's just pretend that the games just don't exist. Which in that case, there goes 90% of the reason anyone will watch this fucking thing. But putting that aside,
Hey! I don't have
well, Billy Donuts.
Yay.
Anyway, but like fucking leaving behind whether or not this is consistent with the games. It's not consistent with itself. That's the problem.
Mm.
Yeah.
So then cut back to Lady, who is closing in on the tracking device on the amulet. We cut back again to the ugly abomination of
Ugly
CGI.
bastards.
Yeah, ugly bastards.
Ugly
and-
bastards slamming into each other.
Ugly bastard and slightly less ugly bastard now that Dante isn't in his devil trigger mode anymore.
Yeah, no, it's an ugly bastard just like utterly railing this hot twink.
Yeah.
Okay, whoa.
And then-
wait a fucking second, dog.
That one
Back
places.
the fuck up.
It's like just freaking rule 34 here, guys.
And-
this is a
Okay,
hentai now.
we are moving
Conveniently,
on. We are moving on.
Sitsnap is here watching this now, guys.
Oh my god!
Conveniently, he arrives just at the same time for Lady to save Dante. And this won't be the last time that Lady saves Dante either.
No.
She gets a headshot right in him. Never mind that that this guy, or it might have been Agni, walked off
That is rude,
one of these
probably.
shots. But I guess because it was a headshot, it just immediately kills him, which I guess is not
Oh yeah,
so
totally.
unbelievable. But the fact that like another guy got shot with one in the heart and he walked it off just makes me feel like, I don't know. I feel like there are some other things.
Yeah.
Dude, I
But
feel like
White
there's a
bastard
bit.
is a hell of a
I
tag
feel like
name.
there's a. I feel like there's a bit of misandry going
There's
on.
no,
there.
like, he
I don't
couldn't dodge, he couldn't block, but you know what?
Yeah.
It's not the most plot poison that we've seen, even just in this episode.
Frankly, this should have happened to Echidna. This should have been what
Honestly.
happened with Echidna.
Yeah.
Just like pop him once, bang, she's dead.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep,
not
yep,
even
yep.
give her time to react, because at least she had something that could block bullets. She and not Batman, I forget what the other demon's name is. They both had
Cavalier.
Cavalier.
Meanwhile, Rudro at this point lost his sword.
yeah.
So
Both of them had bulletproof appendages, so it was at least less believable for them to be able to survive if they were aware of Lady's presence. So. She comes up on Dante, they're regrouping, they're doing some fun little taunting and whatnot, just so that we don't, spend too much time on here, and we'd like to take a break with an episode that actually isn't too bad. I'm just trying to skim through this, and then...
And this is the closest we get to interactions that kind of
Yeah.
resemble their interactions in 3, where, things are still, obviously very tense, but not, as nasty as they were at the start of this. It's more on the slightly less nasty than they were at the start of 3 with their first interactions.
Mhm.
Well, I shouldn't say start of 3, but you
Mhm.
get what I mean. And
So,
Right.
then the reveal. she thought that she was heading towards where the amulet was at because she placed the tracking device on it, and she assumed that the White Rabbit was blissfully unaware of said tracking device. Turns out,
Right.
he was completely aware of said tracking device. So,
Right.
he knew that Lady and the other members of Darkcom were capable of tracking him to the place where he was keeping all of the innocent little demons. He knew that a battalion of these fuckers were going to storm their only hideout, and when they do, they would most likely massacre every single person that they could in there.
Affirmative.
So just keep that in mind.
Assuming that his guys didn't get there first.
White Rabbit, well, I don't even know. Well, that's the thing, though, is that they did get there first. They didn't, like, evacuate. They didn't. I mean, granted, I don't know if they would have even had time for that. But the point is, he brought the people that he knew would kill all of the other innocent demons, knowing that, like, that was a possibility, as opposed to literally, he could have gone anywhere in the city. He could have gone to, like, some other abandoned building, literally, far away from where all the innocent demons are.
I mean, he has a freaking teleporter, too.
And
he could just...
He brought them here, and he didn't consider the possibility that they would kill everyone.
I guess he just figured like, oh, maybe one of them would maybe survive somehow and not kill anyone except for maybe her combatants.
In which case,
even more than the whole,
it doesn't make sense.
Even more than the whole, experimenting and torturing them. This seems like an even bigger character assassination. The fact that he is himself responsible for what happens later.
Which
Which
can be interesting in a way, but spoiler alert, the show doesn't do a good job of that, so, stay tuned for that, I guess.
He put all of these demons' lives in danger for a stupid fucking ambush, just so that he could kill, maybe 20 of them? Like, a small handful of mooks at Darkcom, and 4 of the 5 members of the Suicide Squad. And
especially because at this point, it would be one thing if he didn't contact them afterwards, but he does. So we can't even use the excuse of, oh, he led them to their deaths, because clearly, no.
Yeah.
Sure, maybe he probably expected some of them to die, but at least Lady or whoever, they'd make it there.
Right. In fact, you'd think it would be pretty easy given the freaking, stunning shit that Echidna's needles have.
But, here's the thing. What about, the ambush required that they bring them specifically to their hideout, as opposed to literally anywhere else?
Yeah. Well, here's the thing, Pete. Here's the thing.
Mm.
He's nuts. That's why.
It's like you can tell this was obviously meant to just be like a shocking moment that makes you feel like, oh he got them good. Ain't no way, bro. When you think about it for 2 seconds, it's like,
no way.
Why? Why would he actually do this? Again, Mephiles from Sonic 06.
We're fucking
just
compared.
Why go make this convoluted bunch of plans that don't make sense when you could easily just get the job done yourself or take an alternative route?
Yeah,
it's because
you could say the same thing about
illusion
Salem.
of looking smart and cunning and crafty and evil. Make them seem like, oh, they're this malevolent threat who is a puppet master.
What?
Yeah, it just makes him look that much more contradictive, because he is now in part, responsible for the deaths of hundreds of the demons that he's trying to save in the first place.
I wouldn't even feel bad about that if there was some kind of interesting conflict with him doing it, and if there's a practical purpose to it. But neither of those things exist.
Yeah, that would imply that what we're about to see next has any actual impact on the plot or the characters of this show.
Yeah.
Right.
Because the only one it has any mild impact on is Lady.
Yeah.
And she doesn't even reference that in her encounter with the White Rabbit later.
Never again.
Or even we like, hey, so what was that about, Mr. President? When the Vice President was like, hey, when you defied my orders, I basically said, yeah, no, slaughter all of them. But he doesn't do that either. So again, this basically just never comes up again.
Yeah,
It's
and
a shame
given
because
Ray's
this is, like,
decision
an
in the end of the
effective
show, that makes
scene,
things
at least.
even worse.
What the?
Which is a shame. It's an effective scene, at least in a vacuum, because it's like, oh, Arkham was supposed to spare these people. Now they're all just being discriminately slaughtered right
I was
then
about to
and
say,
there.
there's a lot of discrimination going on right here.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
It's like,
show is like
oh,
very racist
intrigue.
towards demons, like that other like radical show called Freeran Man. It's like,
Oh my god, don't compare Freeman to this shit, dude.
I'm
Hold the fuck up.
I mean, to be fair,
I
we
mean, I'm
already
actually
know
reading
it's
the manga,
racist
so it's
against.
pretty good.
To be fair, we already know it's racist against brown people. So.
What?
Sorry, for some reason I had on the filter the opacity was removing all the green, and so I was at the scene where they meet hologram White Rabbit, and he was just like half of it was just completely gone. So let me just adjust that. All right.
And remember, Kaiser, all of the black and brown people are dead by now, except for one.
Dead true.
So, Rudra was carrying a cell phone that could just holographically project the White Rabbit this whole time. Why the hell they needed to use a DVD player on the plane when they had this the whole time, I do not know. But I suppose, like, compared to all the other problems in this series, it doesn't really matter a whole lot.
Yeah, that's a drop in
It's
the
because
bucket.
for some reason he wants to contact Lady especially.
Yeah.
Well, then how he
Can't
knows
do
that
that
Lady
via the
is...
plane.
Well, then how the hell he knows that Lady is even alive at this point? When,
Yeah,
like,
dude, like, what the fuck?
it is entirely...
future sight shit.
It is entirely possible that she should be dead along with the rest of the Suicide Squad. How the hell he knows that she's alive right now is beyond me, but...
I mean, he read
It's
the
like,
script,
hold on,
right?
check the dialogue so we can confirm if this was like recorded Lelouch style or if this is just a live broadcast.
Well, no, I think this is
pretty sure
a live
it's recorded,
broadcast. Yeah,
yeah.
let me go to English
But
subtitles.
he was addressing Lady in the thing.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he drops the recording, it turns on, booting
Said the
up.
shit was alive.
Yeah, Dante, then Legasp, and Lieutenant Arkham. Yeah, so
Yeah.
I think he is addressing both of them. I presume this means
Yeah,
Rudra is currently seeping into your floorboards. Now, it's funny, too, that he says that, you know, I assume that Rudra is, as opposed to I assume Rudra and Agni? Was that his name?
Yes.
Like, he's
Yeah,
only
Agni.
he's only concerned about one of them. I guess he just telepathically knows that the other is already dead. Like, why the hell that he's asking about Rudra as opposed... Like, what if it was the other way around? What if Rudra died on the plane and Agni was the one that had the scuff with Dante?
Remember, this man reads books. You think he doesn't read scripts?
Good point. It's fair. It's fair.
Yo, reading books is a superpower, guys. Holy shit.
I mean, haven't you seen the characters
I
in
mean,
the movie?
listen, have you seen
They-
like, the
they
literature-
read
like,
books.
like American schools right now? Like, there's very few people that have the ability to read book.
Yeah, fair enough. And actually, no, sorry, guys, I have to take it back because I just remembered the protagonists read books, but the villains are the ones who read
Yeah,
scripts. For
They
the
read
most part.
scripts.
True.
So, the demons are being walked off, and very convenient that Mary doesn't feel the need to, you know, oversee this going on. She doesn't see anything possibly going wrong. Like, even if you want to discount Bane suddenly calling, which would absolutely be a possibility,
Right.
she doesn't assume that somebody would be like, this doesn't seem right. We're supposed to be killing demons, right? And then, you know, there's a mutiny of some kind. Like, the fact that she doesn't assume something like that is possible and it's not like, I don't have time for this. I gotta oversee the evacuation right fucking now. White Rabbit isn't here. I gotta, like, prioritize this. Is just...
Yeah, like I guess what we're supposed to believe is that almost immediately upon the order and stuff, Rudra and Dante come crashing in, and then all this happens. So it's like she just doesn't have time. Which, I mean, I guess I can buy, but it's still like, why not be like, you know what? Screw you, White Rabbit. I don't have time for this. I have to go oversee this right now.
Yeah, it would actually make her character seem a little bit more sympathetic. Yeah, so then Baines is on the call. He's starting to put 2 and 2 together. He's being like, "Oh yeah, you don't think that maybe you should be killing them?" So then
Like, this is your job. Kill
Yeah.
them all. What is wrong with you?
killed in a video game. In a video
In a video game,
yeah,
in a video game.
in a-
I mean,
in-
this is based on a video game, so
Yeah.
yeah.
kill them in a Netflix series based off of a video game.
Exactly. There we go.
Loosely based on a video game.
Very
Based on
loosely
true
based on.
story.
Yeah.
Oh.
At this point, there's things I'm starting to forget here, but man,
Yeah,
this episode aged a lot worse than I thought. I thought this was like the second best episode of the show, and like, oh, it was kind of decent. No, this is bad.
yeah. So then
You thought you knew. You thought you knew.
White,
Honestly,
There's a
I'm
lot
starting
I
to feel
let
like the
slip
show
by
is
that I
even worse.
overlooked.
Honestly, as a whole, I'm starting to feel like the show is even worse than I thought it was. So maybe I'm
Yeah.
the one. Okay.
So White Rabbit is like, all right, now Dante's got to go meet us. So you better come and bring him to me, or I'm going to unleash my entire army on the city. And they have 30 minutes, and she's trying to like piece things together, and they're slowly realizing, oh yeah, he still needs something in order to summon the portal, and she realizes, oh yeah, it's the blood of Sparta. They figured, I believe her exact words are, "Fuck you, Thumper, I figured it out."
And just like right here,
Lord.
even they're self-aware about the fact that he makes these elaborate, over-the-top setups that the characters are struggling to understand because it's dumb.
Yeah.
You
It's
know, I
really
just
dumb.
realized, right? Why could he just use Virgil's blood?
No,
Well,
there's
he
a
needs
reason
both
for
of
that.
them.
There's a reason for that.
He needs
even
to
though
use
the reason
both.
is very he
Oh
needs
fuck
to
yeah,
use
that's
both.
right. He needs both. Sorry, I forgot
Yeah,
about that detail.
he needs both, and weirdly, specifically, both of them have to have already unlocked their devil trigger, which is why he couldn't have just done it to Dante at any time. He
At the
needed
very
him
start of
to
the
do his
story,
devil
yeah.
trigger.
But
Yeah,
then-
so I
Couldn't have
forgot
done
about
it
that.
that
I'll
way.
restate my statement, but like, yeah, I forgot about that.
we
part.
have
Yeah,
we have
he needs
a third sub story going on as the toxins are wearing off for Mr. Shapeshifter. He is.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, he's getting up. He's
Why
trying-
she didn't just kill him though, we don't know.
Yeah, so
He's
I guess
not-
maybe she felt a little bad and was like, "Oh man, he's down. Maybe I don't want to kill a defenseless opponent at this rate, even though he tried to kill me."
Even though you mercy killed a bunch of freaking experimented on fucking demons and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's back up, but we'll follow through with him a little later, and we get little sad stuff about all the demons. But
my
we'll see that
God.
later. So then,
Yeah, like, hey, look, this again, that could have been something. There are opportunities to go with that for the White Rabbit and the President and Lady.
Yeah.
This was the scene that told me, like, oh, I guess this episode's actually all right after all. Maybe the show is picking up. It's actually willing to, like, oh, damn, they went there.
yeah.
But it's like, this never comes up again beyond just the fact that Lady defied the orders and was like, hey, maybe just bring the demons in, don't kill them.
So then,
Why? Why would you forget that?
Then, well, we're getting.
7 and 8.
It's the moment of truth. Kevin Conroy gives the orders to kill all the demons.
Execute Order 66.
Yes, he
Will be
executes
done,
Order
my lord.
66 along with all
Order
the demons.
666, if you will.
Yes.
Oh my god. Yeah, let's do the freaking what's his name? The red letter media edit. Okay.
Yeah. And then
The
meanwhile,
Mr. Blinket edit 666.
the shapeshifter is watching in horror as they're killing all the people. Shapeshifter, this was part of your boss's plan. How the fuck didn't you see this coming? How the fuck didn't you realize that inviting a bunch of these Darkcom soldiers straight to your door would end in this happening? The fact, like, you didn't have any questions about
it's
this.
really weird, right?
I guess neither did he. I guess the boss didn't realize, oh, either everyone's gonna get shot or everyone's gonna be flame chambered.
Imagine
Yep.
the conversation when, like, the White Rabbit is like removing the tracker off of that, and he's like explaining to everyone else what's happening. He's explaining to them, like, think about this. He's saying, okay, Lady and the other Darkholm soldiers are on their way over here right now. I'm gonna go take some of the guys somewhere else. Just imagine one of them being like, wait, how do you know that they're coming straight to us? Oh, because I had a tracker. Well, because they had a tracker on us. Wait, you knew they had a tracker on... Yes,
You led them here?
Yes. Yeah, they're like, you led them here?
Yeah, I was like, oh, dude, aren't there any other abandoned tall skyscrapers you could have chosen? No. This is the only one available.
And he's surprised that this is what happens. So then we get...
He doesn't care.
No.
And it could be, there could be interesting stuff with that, but episode 7 exists. We know he doesn't.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So, Dante's about to go face down an army, which he says is easy enough, which is funny considering he can't take down one moderately sized woman.
And then, oh my god!
Yeah.
It's all about getting revenge on Darko!
Yeah. And then...
Oh, no!
Yeah, so,
Yeah.
the shapeshifter is really upset about this. He just couldn't have seen this coming, and he's like, I will show you hell. And then he decides to activate the self-destruct button. Blows up all the C4 in the building. See, that would have been a good plan, is if they evacuated the place first, led the Darkholm soldiers in here, left them inside with a bunch of demons, like, and only, like, the demon suicide squad, killed off a bunch of them as possible, and then, like, when they didn't have any other options, then the demon suicide squad leaves to regroup with the White Rabbit, and just kill everyone else.
Just open with that. Just open with that. Why'd you have to fucking wait?
If I would be okay with White Rabbit's plan if he had evacuated all of the other innocent demons well before all this stuff happened. I don't know how he would have done it, but, like, that is the only way I can see him even setting up a self-destruct button and, you know, being remotely in character. But yeah, that's that was episode 5. So let's have a little palate cleanser, shall we?
We're getting to what's unanimously considered the best episode of the show.
Yeah.
Like, I was checking the scores on all that, and, like, sure, the scores for some of the other episodes are, like, decently high, but no, this one, it blew everything else out of the water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For good reason.
I just want to mention, so this episode in isolation is, like, probably, is the best, so... Okay, let me restate this.
Let's just rant.
Okay, this
go ahead,
episode
start, Bio. You start us off.
This episode is like the best episode in this entire show, and in isolation, it is probably one of the best one of the few best animated shorts I've ever seen. Like, I love the pastel colors. I love the character design. I love how it's very it's very show don't tell. Like, I love every aspect about it.
They have a storybook opening. At the very beginning.
Yes, very storybook opening. Like, it's very good, and it conveys everything it needs to without any dialogue. And then I'm reminded that it's attached to a show called Devil May Cry, a Netflix adaptation, which is absolutely fucking sucks and cash. Now, those are my thoughts. Rest of you guys take it away.
Yeah, like this is up until the very end where there is some dialogue. This is basically, for the most part, a 20-minute music video about two parallel stories converging. Well, two parallel backstories converging. Mm-hmm. Ladies, which is notably different from 3. Not that we mind, but still. And the White Rabbit, who doesn't have a name.
Yeah.
We know here that he's human, and at the end of the episode, we reveal that, oh yeah, no, that's him.
Bio, you've read the manga that the White Rabbit is from, haven't you? Or do you just know about it?
Yeah, I've read the manga, so it's been a while, but from what I recall, the White Rabbit was just a demon who showed up, right? Like, it was basically Dante fighting, like, a bunch of Alice in Wonderland-themed demons. I think the White Rabbit in that was just a guy, was just a demon. He didn't have this, like, elaborate backstory that, like, the White Rabbit has in the show. I just want to mention, like, I actually do like the White Rabbit's backstory. Like, I like how it's, like, conveyed. But,
right. I think
for the most
part, It works.
good.
It's just that with the rest of his motivations and how in his actions in congruence with them throughout this show, it makes less sense. Now we know the full story of how he became this way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, like in isolation, this episode is great, but when you combine it with the rest of what's going on in the show, it's just like it's like, wow, Adi Shankar, you can actually be good. Like you
Yeah.
actually proved that, like, holy shit, you can actually do something well. You know,
Assuming
this
he
episode
wrote
proves
this.
it. But,
Assuming he wrote this.
So
Remember, this was co-written. It's just that nobody ever talks about the other guy because it's Adi Shankar's show. He's the one guy behind this, and now everyone hates him.
He's our number one guy.
Well, if that other guy hasn't done a whole lot in the industry yet, that might be for the best, because being attached to this might just be, worse for him for future projects. So
you want to talk
I'm just saying,
poison?
like,
That's a
what
pretty
frustrates
big
me about the
poison.
show, right, is that like the show can showcase, it can have like good writing. Like, I mean, me and P were watching that, like, our reactions, right? We're just kind of like awestruck by it.
Yeah.
Like, it's very Pascal, it's colorful, and it's kind of like there's very few shows where I'm just like sitting there watching and there's just no silence, or like I'm just kind of like in awe of it, all of it, right? Like the show can showcase that, like, hey, we can actually do like good shit. But outside the sixth episode, they decide like, nah, fuck all that. And that's what's really disappointing about the show.
Nah, I'm gonna
is
do
that it
my
can
own
be
thing.
good. This episode proves it. But like, no. Like, good storytelling, good characterization, good animation, good soundtrack. What the fuck is that?
Yeah.
Yeah, like we have a really good episode director or something here, and then it's like, oh, unfortunately, it turns out the strengths of the writing here are in writing a short form freaking music video and not an overarching plot.
This is basically like an AMV from the early 2000s. Yeah.
I think what's also great about it is that it actually does have a good setup for. I'm looking at the wiki. Apparently, in the manga, he's just referred to as Robbie, spelled Rabbi. So that's what I'm just gonna call him from now on, is Robbie. Yeah, the White Rabbit. Because I'm not gonna call him the White Rabbit every single time. Now that we know that like he's an actual person.
Just call him WR for short.
I'm gonna call him Robbie.
WR.
I'm gonna call him Robbie.
Yo, Warner Brothers.
What's up, dog?
You know what? Yeah, we're calling him Bugs. His name's Bugs.
Yeah, didn't I call him Bugs in the first thing? Anyway.
Yeah, you know what? That's a good point.
Yeah.
I'm stealing
Demon Season Fire.
Demon Season.
Well, I mean, that's exactly what that's what happened in the last episode.
High season.
He declared it was demon season, brought a bunch of demon hunters to a place filled with demons, and they fired.
Yeah.
So what I like about this,
and then the White Rabbit said,
"You're
despicable, Darkham."
You did this.
Yeah. So the introduction sets up what appears to be a lot of his hatred for humans, because what this does is not only set up his supposed sympathy for demons, but also his hatred of humans. And like when you've lived your whole life kind of in this place where the people you live with are bullies or just abusive parents in general, and then the only people who can help you, like child protective services, just are not like listening to you, not really,
or able to.
Suddenly all of you have a very bleak outlook of what humanity kind of looks like. Granted, there are probably like better ways that you could be telling this, but I mean, compared to everything else in the show so far, it's
basic, but
let's not pretend that this doesn't happen to people, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the foster system, like, listen,
oh no, I just mean like the way that it's told is like
It's a little juvenile, sure. It's basic, but it works.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Yeah, and like I know people personally who have been absolutely failed by like child protective services and therapists and all that.
No, I think we can all
abusive
kind
home
of sympathize with that. Yeah.
We know people have been bullied.
I don't have much complaints about that, because like going into my background, right, like my mother used to work with like poorer families and stuff like that, and I did see shit like that, And also, I did grow up in like a bit of a rougher neighborhood, and I did see shit like that. So I'm not gonna say, oh, stuff like this doesn't happen. It does happen.
Oh yeah. Also,
So
Dan
I
Guy
think it's fine in
97.
that regard. I think it's fine in that regard.
Dan Guy 97. We missed a golden opportunity for Dante to say "What's up, Doc" as a one-liner to the rabbit. You know what? You're absolutely
Oh my god,
right.
you're right.
Yeah.
God, that would like instead we get jokes about fucking Skeletor.
Yeah, you called him 97 by mistake. Someone else made a joke
sorry,
about
96, sorry.
a 90 of Dan Guy 97 earlier in the chat.
Sorry about
Oh
that.
shit.
But yeah, now we get here, and the pastel is over. We get this vibrant, beautiful storybook aesthetic that is like cell shaded, like heavy outlines, like thick outlines. It's like, again, it's so much more vivid. The contrasting styles between the human world and Makai, they are gorgeous. Like this looks looks so much closer to say freaking Osama ranking, like King's ranking, I think it was called.
And the smear frames, if I could like
Yeah,
pause
ranking
on
the
one of them,
kings,
like
yeah.
a lot of like you
ranking
look
the
at the
kings, right,
legs, the smear frames are so effectively used. You look at the hand right there.
Kind of reminds me of the over the garden wall a little bit.
Yeah, and it makes the movement look so fluid, both figuratively and literally. And yeah, it makes you wonder why the hell are we using?
Why wasn't the rest of the show like this?
Why I'm just
Especially
like,
that
why
demon right there.
Why are we using CG?
2D animated.
Why were we using
like,
CG?
2D animated. It is mildly complicated, and it looks brilliant.
Yeah.
It moves like so frantically and fluidly, just crashing into everything. You couldn't have made like a version. You couldn't have just done that for the other demons and maybe like simplified them a little bit. You didn't have to use their designs verbatim.
Sure.
Yeah.
Anime like does this all the time. They simplify the character designs a little bit just to make it easier to work with.
This episode is where the budget went. You're absolutely right, number one rival.
Yeah, essentially, like I have no idea. Like I don't know what the production cycle for this show was.
I also imagine
couldn't have been that friggin' long, actually.
Though to be fair, granted, maybe it's because like I know about anime to an extent in terms of productions, but like I don't want to just throw the word budget around. Like apparently, budget's a lot more important in regards to animation quality in Western animation. But like again, this is a Korean animated show for a Western audience.
Yeah, no,
I don't know if that's closer to
well, it's
Japan,
Studio
where,
Mirror.
like, a budget has like little actual relevance to animation quality.
Yeah, so that's why I'm asking about the production cycle of this thing. Like, let me look that shit up.
And it's Studio Mirror. They're capable of like doing really good animation. They're even like capable of, I guess maybe not necessarily good CG animation, but effective choices with what they choose to, animate in CG. I'm mainly thinking about like early Voltron Legendary Defender episodes.
I found out. I just Googled it and I found out when it apparently start production. So in 2018, the series was announced, and they start production in 2022.
That was I had heard rumors that the series took like 6 or 7 years from like its.
So you mean to tell me that you couldn't have the whole show be anywhere near this well animated in 3 fucking years?
Yes, Kaiser.
Oh, and also like some of this feels like you could maybe say that it might even be like rotoscoped or just like they're 3D models, but they're like painted and drawn beautifully over them with like a specific style.
Like, dude, we've seen freaking Castlevania. I'm pretty sure like the seasons are about a similar amount of time apart in terms of production.
Castlevania was better animated than this.
Also,
Dan got 96. Sorry, just real quick. Studio Mirror started off pretty well with even its more typical anime-esque style, but recent shows have been feeling really off. Like some of their recent shows, like stiff. It's absolutely correct because another show that they have been working on is My Adventures with Superman, which is also a series I think could look much better. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you. Continue.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no worries. Like, here's actually where we get to. I do have a few notable criticisms with this episode, and it starts with that kid.
Yeah.
What is his relation with any of this?
Yeah, so
And
this
I
isn't...
ask that because when we get to what happens that really sets off Lady's backstory, the mom and dad are dead. This guy's MIA, and he never shows up again.
Yes.
What happened to him? What is his purpose here?
Because
Yeah,
I
I mean, I
remember...
guess he's just like a neighborhood kid that she was friends with, which, you know, I mean, whatever, doesn't necessarily need an explanation, but it would have been nice for, I don't know, him and his relationship with Lay to be like referenced in some way in the show, you know, like that'd be something that like maybe Lady could bond with one of her teammates or maybe even Dante later about. It's like, hey, I used to have this friend and all that shit.
Well, it would
blah, blah,
also
blah.
stand
Yeah.
out because, at least from what Bio told me when we were watching the series, is that he's not a character from the games. And so I
Yeah,
imagine that
no.
like fans of the series would look at this character and be like, "Oh, who's this?" Like obviously they would they know that her father is Dr. Arkham or whatever his name is, and he's
Just
the villain.
Arkham.
Yeah, just Arkham from DMC3.
Dr. Art.
I don't remember if he was a doctor or not. I just assumed because he didn't.
No, he was not a doctor. He was an evil, like just a megalomaniacal, just like monster of a man who wanted more power. He wanted the power of Sparta. So he's like, all right, you know what? I have this wife and this kid. I'm gonna sacrifice my wife in pursuit of this power.
Yeah.
And now my child hates me.
Yeah, he found out the hard way that to summon a god card, you need 3 sacrifices.
And he's like, what? And in the end, he's like, what did I do wrong? Even Sparta sacrificed a miserable human woman.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah,
He has no sympathetic motivation at all
Look,
compared to here.
look. Arkham was trying to be a true Sigma, okay?
yeah.
All right, get rid of the women, achieve power, all right?
And even if it just stands out that like you have this other character who is very clearly focused on a lot in this episode who wasn't in the games, like obviously, he would stand out the most to people who've played the games because they're like, okay, who is this kid? Well, I don't recognize him. And so yeah, and then we get like some more insight as to like her almost, I think that they're at the same time that they're setting up this guy's love of demons and hatred of humans, they're also vice versa setting up almost a sense of bloodlust that Lady has with how like she is doing this very almost kind of roughhousing with the other kid with the mask on, and all she sees is the demon, and she can't actually see the face. He's probably in pain underneath. Granted, I feel like some of this is a little bit little bit overt, but again, compared to everything else we've gotten in the series, it's fine.
Yeah, it's basic, but it works.
It's that's something like for me, there are just little problems with this episode. Like whereas with every other problem in every other episode, it's been like, why are these characters doing this? And garbage fight scenes. Where here it's like, why doesn't Lady hear this kid? I'm assuming that this kid is in pain because that's what they're getting at, is that she only sees the demon and not the person underneath. That's the whole symbolism here. So why isn't like she hearing what he's saying, being like, oh, get off of me or something like that? Or I would presume that he would say something like that. If he's not saying that, then it doesn't really support the idea that she's not seeing the person underneath because they are play fighting and he's clearly okay with it. But like again, that's a little thing.
Like compared to the last several episodes where it was a mix of nitpicks and a bajillion major problems, the worst we have to say is like minor nitpicks like that. And hey, how come that kid just stopped being relevant halfway through? That's like,
there's one
night and day.
major aspect of this episode that I kind of have an issue with, but we'll get to it very soon.
Yeah. But like, again, for the most part, we don't have like many notable problems here, which is a massive step up.
Yeah. So then Lady is... Oh yeah, this is where Lady then discovers what happens to her parents. this is where, yeah, Arkham injects himself with demon blood, and he's gonna turn into
demon
a
juice.
demon. Uh,
He's domestic violence has just occurred, and
Yeah.
now he just goes for it because
Oh, yeah,
earlier,
he-
because earlier we saw that like he was already traumatized by the failure to protect his wife and daughter from a demon when the wife went to protect the daughter and the demon got killed by a train.
yeah.
So it's like now
could have
again,
avoided,
this is
but,
dramatically different from the games. Blah blah blah. So it's like we know already what the baggage was there. Now we're seeing everything surrounding it, and how it all just gone to a hellfire, and how eventually she just had to kill him.
Yeah.
It was like,
So
the wife was tired of him just being so distant and closed off on his research. Now we're here.
and so then she burns the house down, or rather he does, because he's the one who knocked over the candle, and he's burning, and then he turns to black, and then we cut to fire. Time to make a sequel. Which is the reason why I assume that
Hell
he's going to
yeah.
come back is because we don't see him die.
Oh my god, yeah. They're gonna pull some shit like that.
That's what I
Probably.
assume.
It would be horrible writing too, though. But yeah,
It
like
would
So
be.
he is presumably dead. The wife is obviously dead, and
Yeah.
that
Oh,
other
yeah.
kid
She
nowhere
dead
to
as
be
hell.
found here onwards.
That's why your mama dead. Dead
Dead.
That's what her daddy did too.
God
Dead as
damn.
hell.
It's like just imagine, it's like
Yeah.
when someone wants to bully lady, it's like, oh, what is she gonna do? Tell her parents?
Yeah.
Oh my
So-
god.
Meanwhile,
All right, we do not want to have CPS called on us, okay?
so then, meanwhile, back in the demon world, Bugs isn't doing too well himself. He has to cremate one of his friends, and he gave him his book along with it. And we're doing parallels. Both
Yeah.
of them were born at these moments. They were born by fire.
Forged by
Yeah.
the flames.
Yeah,
Of
Lady.
disaster and death.
Lady
The
being
flames of
forged by
Mordor.
the fires that burned down her home and consumed her parents, allegedly. And
Allegedly.
and Bugs, who was
Allegedly.
forged by the fire. That's ignorant. By the fires.
That's
that
ignorant. Dude, I
cremated
referenced that
his-
last night during dinner. It was so funny.
Oh, did you really? That's awesome.
Yeah, I was in like a family cookout, and because my sister won an award recently, and
Nice.
she
Oh, awesome.
from her job, and yeah, I don't know what exactly we were talking about, but my brother did like the Michael Jackson voice, and I just pulled out, it's ignorant.
Yeah. Freak Uzi, episode 6 is so manipulative for the Watchers to side with Macaians instead of Arkham because he didn't have the power to protect his family because he froze at that moment. I can see a bit of both in a sense, at least based on like the flashbacks that we had seen from earlier episodes. You can see like Arkham kind of
Yeah, I feel like-
slowly devolving into that.
Yeah, if
Yeah.
anything, I felt like the framing of this episode paints, Arkham as like, a whole tragic thing. We're meant
Well,
to, I
and-
feel like we're meant to feel
Yeah.
bad that he's doing this in order to protect his family, but it's ultimately the wrong decision.
and just
Yeah,
about
like
the
he descended into madness,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
eventually he snapped.
And
Yeah.
about the whole demons thing, again, I don't like in the context of the broader context of Devil May Cry Netflix, I can see what you mean by manipulative just because of in service of the theme that they are building up to, which we will get to. But like we were saying, this episode, if taken in a complete vacuum and completely disassociated from Devil May Cry entirely, really
Actually, pretty good.
I wouldn't really
Yeah.
describe what we're seeing about the Macaians as manipulative necessarily, but I can see how someone would see that in the broader context of the series because what it
Right.
builds up to is very. But let's revel in this a little bit more. So they
Let's
grow.
bask in the fact that we have a decent episode for
Yeah.
once.
Yeah.
Something that's actually good.
So, they grow up after they have been forged from their respective fires, and, Bugs is a smart guy, and he figures out how to... This is maybe my only other problem with
Yeah,
the episode.
this is the thing I was talking about. How in the absolute fuck did he find a way, just from this magic stone, to create a device that can open up, like, pockets, dimensional doorways between Makai and the real world.
And apparently,
Like, I imagine this is something that you could have like shown a bit of a montage of him like trying to figure this stuff out, maybe for like 20 seconds or something. That would have done the trick.
Yeah.
I guess
Have him
I
do
just
something-
don't know where you would even begin to
Maybe-
show that being possible.
Have him stumbling upon like the portals and such, and then maybe he's got like some kind of weird stone inside the device that he uses, and maybe that's a stone that he found out when he was young, kind of like interacts with portals in a weird way or something like that. You need a little bit more setup to like really believe, like because to my understanding, this is new. This is very new for the underworld.
For bugs, yeah.
Yeah, well, even just like
so I just want to mention. So I want to mention in the games, right? So Sparta so in the games, right? They have these things called Hell Gates, which are like massive portals where all kinds of demons can pour through. And so when Sparta separated and sealed the worlds, it made it a lot harder for demons to get through. Now demons can still get through to the human world, however, it's only through small portals and pockets, and these portals are very random.
Yeah.
But
which is essentially what the show is doing similarly here.
Yeah.
I think they said that.
So it didn't stop demons entirely from getting through, but only you just had to be in the right place at the right time, basically, to get through, and it can only let certain demons in.
Yeah.
So the idea of but these portals were random.
Yes.
If you ever read a little bit of the information of DMC2, right? Like Dante was basically in hell, and basically what he was doing was just chilling around until he found a portal that would take him back to human world, essentially. So the idea of someone inventing a portal gun thingy to get to the demon world, get to human from demon world, isn't out of the question, because there are demons because there are some demons who are I'm
not even debating whether or not it's possible in general. I don't really deny that. I don't even care about that. My thing is just building a technological device in order to do it. As a kid, what the fuck? I don't know, man.
The only setup to this to show that he is that ingenuitive as a child is this scene right here where he makes a soda bottle helicopter remote he's smart. He can put stuff together. He can figure out how to make an interdimensional
I cracked the code. He's strong Skywalker.
Oh my god!
About it.
Yeah, see,
dude,
he's got the midichlorian count.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've cracked the code, folks.
Yeah, to me, it's not impossible that I could imagine someone having some sort of object that could open portals between the two. It is the fact that something like this would be so rare, and by extension, so incredibly hard to put together. You need to really sell to me why, because it's not every other demon is using something like this, because they clearly aren't.
Yeah.
This isn't something that is common in the underworld. This is something that apparently he, and if anyone else, maybe only a very, 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 very small number of people are even aware is possible. And so, again, that just adds all the more. You need to sell to me why this guy is able to do this and not, so many other people.
Yeah, you may as well just have him, I don't know, encounter a demon sorcerer or somebody who can allow him to, channel the power of that crystal in order to open these gateways, or maybe to, create a device so that anyone can use it that's magical and not technological after being taught that stuff. That would make way more sense. But
because if
him on his own being able to create a fucking demon transfer device, how would you even get anything to do that?
And here's the thing too, if it is I'm not necessarily saying that it is easy, but if it is this easy, relatively speaking, for someone
why
like
isn't
him,
anyone doing it?
Yeah, exactly.
Why isn't anyone else doing it?
Yeah, he's not even from this
where
world.
do these crystals come from?
Just going back to the demon sorcerer thing, we actually see in the original Devil May Cry anime, and even in the games, that there are actually demons who are doing shit like that. They jump across the other side and then start opening portals so more demons can pour on through.
Dude,
yeah, so why not just have him encounter a demon like that, have him teach him some kind of magic, or have him be given a freaking item that allows him to do that kind of stuff, and just go at it from there.
What if it was his friend? What if it was his friend
Yeah,
that
what
he
if it was
cremated?
one of his friends?
Yeah, and then
Yeah.
like his friend left him with like this stone that can do this kind of stuff, and he showed him how to use it. And then later, after he cremated his friend, in his honor, he was like, "I'm going to use this stone of yours to save your people."
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but like,
Now that make too much sense. Sorry. Fuck that.
Yeah.
So yeah, then they finally get back over into the human world. The air is so breathable over here, and then meanwhile you
breath
have
is so-
Lady, who is also doing her demon hunting stuff, just showing all the stuff that they're doing, all that they're up to. I had a question: is this guy right here with the sunglasses and the lipstick and the golden tooth, is he a character from Devil May Cry, or is this a cameo, or is this it just has a very distinctive character design?
I
It's,
don't know.
I don't know. I don't think we have a Devil May Cry character that resembles like freaking white stink meaner. Colonel H. Motherfucker.
You see, demons don't
I
belong
didn't
here. I don't know how to do it. Or no, wait, no, that's sorry. I was thinking of
Yeah,
Ruckus.
that's not
no
stink me.
stink miner.
You're trying to your Uncle Ruckus.
Yeah, so I was.
Wow, wow, wow.
Well, shoot,
Look
I can't.
at what we have here.
demons.
Well, I can't do a stink miner impression because he uses the N word about as frequently as Mary uses the word fuck. So I can't even.
What's good, demons?
Yo, what's good, Gemini? Like you gotta like put that really hard.
It's my story.
Demon. Fucking. Oh god.
What did you say, demon?
What did you say? God. Stink miner.
Alright.
So, alright. Well, I'm using if he's a recurring character, if he ever comes back in season 2, I'm calling him White Stink Miner from now on.
Colonel H. White fucking steak manor.
So, then they're making one more trip, and oh no, the really big demon is chasing after them, and this is maybe the one other problem that I have with this episode, is that
It seems a bit contrived.
So they're running away from this demon. It would be one thing if they didn't know that this big, gigantic demon was right behind them, but they do know. So they're in a hurry to get over to the other side of that portal. So then they get over there. Now, once everyone is over there, instead of like immediately being like, closing the portal right now, or if for some reason
you could just do it right now.
Yeah, close the portal right fucking now, then drop your hands, then drop it and put your hands in the air because they were trying to cooperate. Or, if you didn't think that there was time for that, be like, bitch, there's a giant demon behind us, let me close the portal right now! Let me close the portal right now! I'm going to reach to this thing. Like, do literally anything besides being all calm, or tell everybody to, walk away from the portal. Try literally anything. And then, of course, the big demon then comes through and eats them, and it's a bad time for everyone. Then they just open fire and start killing everyone.
Yeah,
Keep
he
in
only
mind,
tries to
they saw
communicate
that
with
the
them
demon-
after the thing comes through, and it's like,
Yeah.
guys, please, don't kill us. That thing. But before he's able to actually say everything, it was like, nah. And then we started blasting, so I started blasting.
Yeah.
Yeah, they started blasting.
So yeah, then and this is the White Rabbit's. This is Bugs Bunny's origin story. Everyone.
This is where
He wants revenge on Darkon because they just they injured him, slaughtered all his guys, and left him for dead. When they were just trying to retreat, when they were refugees retreating for a better life against this freaking malevolent force in their home turf that is destroying them.
Okay, I can understand that, and even hell, I can understand potentially how he could eventually become progressively ruthless and use other, even innocent demons as pawns in his schemes. But like, again, number one, it's not practical. Number two, like, there's no progression towards that point. Like, there's no point where
Yeah,
he
like,
could have
there's-
perfectly avoided the sacrificing innocent demons to accomplish his goals, and everything would be fine. And then it just not working, and him sinking deeper and deeper into like more extreme measures to achieve what he wants. That's not what happens.
And
Not to mention, with the conversation he and Lady have in episode 7,
Oh yeah.
they don't address this in a satisfactory way either.
And the
No.
fact, this all happens like after episode 5, where he, basically led all of those demons that he was trying to protect to slaughter because of some stupidly poorly planned out trap that he was trying to lay for Darkcom. This feels incredibly out of place, and again, it only gets
and a bit
worse.
convoluted.
Yeah, this is fucking Maverick.
Because it just establishes the motivation that we have already shown he is willing to contradict multiple times. I don't give a shit. Again, it's all the more reason why this episode is...
I got this.
You're stupid.
Yes, very. Like, with the context of everything else in the anime, this just feels... This is manipulative. I actually... You know what? This is manipulative. This is the manipulative part.
low-key, kinda.
Because I'm supposed to believe that this is someone who, deeply cares about these people, when every other episode that he's, shown, he doesn't.
Right.
And, that is not quite the end of the episode. Yeah, and then here he is, stitching together the rabbit face, and then he becomes the white rabbit. He becomes Wabbit season.
It's Wabbit season.
Wabbit season.
Oh no, this is what's gonna happen when Looney Tunes reaches the 100-year freaking deadline for the domain, public domain.
So
We're just gonna get this. It's like what happened with freaking Winnie the Pooh.
yeah, so if you guys if you guys want to share a few more thoughts about that, I actually gotta step away for just a quick second. So if you guys could,
Yeah, no
I
problem.
also have to bounce. Yeah, I do have to bounce, and I'll be back in a few minutes. I do have to bounce. I have to hop into another chat for. I have to hop into another chat for a quick second.
don't let's keep you, man.
take
If you want to plug anything
no
right
problem.
now,
I will
like
be
in
back-
case
I
you
will
don't think
be
you'll come
back.
back, go ahead.
Yeah, I will come back. Only gonna be a few minutes. So going into the next 2 episodes, right? Just open the floor. Because I'm probably I'm just gonna say my thing now, just in case I don't come back in time, right?
Sure.
So when it comes to the last 2 episodes, I'm not gonna tackle the whole politics and media thing. All right, well, I'm gonna take that argument. We're gonna put that to the side for now, right?
Yeah.
And if you want to do a show that talks about, I don't know, American imperialism or rights about minorities and all that stuff, that's perfectly fine by me. However, what do all these themes have to do about Devil May Cry? And that is the question I'm going to ask you all, and to the people who are watching this. What do these themes have to do with Devil May Cry? And the answer I came to is nothing.
And if you want to do that, I think you can, but you still have to keep everything within the spirit of the material, and B, it has to not suck.
I mean,
The problem is
this
is badly written, and any hope that these last 2 episodes have clumsily tried to instill in us about any of that will get thrown off a cliff by the end of episode 7, let alone episode 8.
Yeah, I think I said this in the first stream, where it's the whole point in regards to the themes of Devil May Cry is that is the fact that the point of Demon So being demonstrably evil in the story is to emphasize how Sparta and his descendants, how different they are in comparison to demons, because they have the freedom of choice and to have empathy, and they have the ability to empathize with other people and have other emotions and shit, right?
And how much different characters like Trish as well can be.
Yeah.
And Lucia from the second game.
Yeah, but
That's a whole weird
problem,
scenario with her. But yeah,
I mean, sure, but the point is that shit like that is supposed to be incredibly friggin' rare, And like, it's not to say that you cannot add or change certain parts of the lore in order to, integrate those things within the story, but you still need to keep those fundamental themes there, or else it's just not thematically going to be Devil May Cry anymore. It's just going to be like similar characters but an entirely different focus, and I have no idea why anyone would want that.
And again,
Like,
that's exactly like what happened in the reboot.
Yeah.
They have just about none of that there, barring a little bit of like sibling rivalry and conflict towards the end with Dante and Vergil, because it's
Right.
mainly about like the mass manipulation via mainstream media, as the demons effectively just want to brainwash and take over the world to their own sort of like hyper capitalist.
It's turned to freaking demons gay.
Which, again, as I said last time, they barely do jack or shit with outside of one boss fight. But it's like,
Yeah, I was
again,
about to say.
they have, that's their goal. All of these other stuff hardly even exists.
And
in
this
the
is on
reboot as
top of the
well,
fact
and
that,
it's,
like,
again, it's badly written.
yeah, and this
with
is on
terrible
top of the
characters.
fact that, like, here's this episode, right, where there's like, okay, a shit ton of parallels between Mary and Bugs, okay, Edge Bunny here, all right, that's what I'm calling Edge Bunny right here. But the thing is that Dante is completely absent from this episode, which potentially isn't necessarily a bad thing. But I think the fact that there is so much focus on Mary and Bugs' characterization in comparison to Dante, and not much, and there's not as much work in trying to thematically fit him with their stories as well, in addition to that, kind of speaks to just how much this series doesn't properly represent the identity of the franchise from what I understand. And I'm just a normie, right? I only know about all of this stuff because I am friends with people who are very intimately familiar with the games, and I've seen a few cutscenes and watched some gameplay of it, and even I can understand that this shit is bullshit. So I have no idea why they don't understand.
Yeah.
This is akin to like Devil May Cry 2, where it's like a lot of the only remotely interesting story stuff is with Lucia, especially if you're playing her campaign, because like she's the one who has an actual relationship with the main antagonist of this in that game. For Dante, this is literally just another gig.
Yeah, which again,
And yet also, weirdly enough, this show does, in episode 7, we do come back to this, and like the White Rabbit's trying to say like oh, him, her, and Dante, they're all like connected in some sort of way. They have all these different parallels and stuff, and it's like, oh well, we haven't really been seeing much of that, especially here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, do they have any parallels? Like, that's the thing that I'm angry about. Like, that's the whole point of making a story like this, where you are supposed to see these parallels between these three characters. But all the cutscenes in, the fucking DMC3 have shown to me, and I'm all like, dude, we're in 2025 and we can't do the same shit.
Yeah, like no, this is not Berserk, Griffith, and this is not Berserk with
Berserk, yo, Guts Berserk, guys, holy shit.
Oh yeah, no, this is not Guts Berserk. This is not freaking Lelouch, Suzaku, and Colin from Code Geass either. Like no,
Right.
This is not that at all. This wishes it could be either of those two shows. Granted, they're significantly longer, but still. Oh, man.
Yeah.
You got.
I'm not gonna say they completely sideline Dante. I know some people in chat are saying that. I'm not gonna say they completely sideline him, but they do them. They do seem. It's very obvious to anyone watching that they did do the man dirty.
Yeah, and
I think that's
sure,
pretty.
realistically speaking, we're gonna get more focus on him and like his backstory and everything with Vergil in season 2, whenever that comes out, like probably next year.
Probably.
But still.
Maybe.
And like sure, there was a fair amount of focus given to that in like some of the middle episodes before this one. But yeah, this is even more so about the White Rabbit and Lady and their
Yeah.
relationship and the vendetta and stuff. Because like
Which again,
Dante
wouldn't
only
necessarily
factors
be
into
bad.
any of this
Yeah.
insofar as, oh, so this is a way I can exact my revenge. His blood.
Which again wouldn't be so bad if, like, they still at least characterize Dante well in this show, but they don't really do that.
Yeah, and Dan Guy, fair enough. Yeah, we know Netflix. They tend to do it split.
Yeah.
There's a good chance that season 2 will just happen later this year.
Which is just even more maverick, because if 3 years was not enough to make this shit look good most of the time, then like, dude, having this Ruby-esque production cycle where it's just 1 year apart is gonna be fucking terrible.
And, no, to be fair, I imagine it's like they did the bulk of both kind of all in one, and they just finished the front half here, and the other half will happen later. It's like
what if the
split
second
for anime,
season
like,
has more of the effort, in animation in there.
yeah, like it's like split course shows like say Sakamoto Days or
Right.
freaking like like, Slime season 2.
Yeah.
Etc.
Or Attack
etc.
on Titan, all that shit.
Yeah, Attack on Titan season 3. Yeah, it's like we get one half now, and then like 3 months after it ends, we get the next part.
Yeah.
Anyways, I'm gonna take a piss. I'll be back. You guys can finish this off because we're about to. The show's about to take a piss with the next episode. I'll be back.
Right.
We follow up with Bugs again, back in the demon world, as he's about to meet up with Vergil cameo. And I mean,
oh my god!
It doesn't look like Vergil, but like it makes it very
it's very obvious. That's him.
This is Vergil. It's like, Vergil's alive, guys. More.
I know who that is.
It's just they broke new ground. And...
88. Oh, wait, wrong thing. Yamato.
So, he's just there to collect Vergil's blood.
Right.
And of course, Vergil has to be an ugly CGI because he's in his Devil Trigger mode.
Yeah, because why wouldn't he? This is right after the most beautiful looking episode in the show. We just go right back to the fucking CGI. Great.
It really does seem like modern entertainment has Ruby levels of writing quality and fewer and fewer hype moments in an aura every time the thing Ruby is known for. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, kinda.
So yeah,
I wouldn't say most things are anywhere near as bad as Ruby, no, but you start noticing they pull a lot of the same tricks, which is all the more disappointing.
Sure. Taking a snack break for like 2 seconds.
Okay.
So Vergil.
I mean, you got the episode in front of you, so
So yeah, Vergil takes out the sword off of Bugs's back. They talk a little bit more. I don't think that there was anything particularly significant about this, at least none that I took.
Yeah, and just the rabbit implying that he knows who he is.
Yeah, there was only one way that you could get this, as if that needed to be spelled out to the audience when like it should be abundantly obvious. This guy had both the amulets. And like he gave Bugs the blue amulet and Vergil's blood. It's like, who the fuck else could this be?
Yeah, why'd you have to tease it like this? Like, I don't know, man. This is kind of weird.
So yeah, I didn't really I don't have too much else to say beyond that. And then he is preparing for when Dante is on his way. We get another opening again. We're just gonna keep rolling.
Rolling.
Welcome back, CBF.
Oh, I forgot to mention that the last episode. Another reason that's good about the last episode is that, granted, I'm not like a big Evanescence fan or anything, but That song is probably the best in the entire
Yeah.
show out of all the vocal themes,
Mm.
and it's an original piece. This they
Oh.
actually like this. That was a brand new song from Evanescence. That was not
Oh, I
any
thought
of the
that was like an existing song.
no, that was made for this. I
Well, shit.
I did not see that in the later two albums, which I did not check out. It was not in the first two albums, aka the albums people actually like who are Evanescence fans.
Yeah.
So
This is not, yeah. Why they didn't do that with any of the other bands?
yeah.
I don't know. Hell, it's not like Limp Bizkit hasn't done that before. Like Strangers in Paradise, I'm pretty sure that song that was in the bullshit scene was new.
Wait. No, I thought that was an old song, right?
I don't
Yeah,
know.
verify that for us, please.
Chad, who is full of shit? Me or the robot? I'm not gonna. Chad, don't let me lose to Chat GPT here.
So they Dante.
Yo, I should start
and...
a channel called Kaiser GPT.
Oh no!
No, it's just
Someone's
it's an
gonna make
actual AI
of you just
Yeah.
saying no. Yeah, someone's gonna make an AI of you just saying the most racist and homophobic shit while reviewing Ruby, and they're just gonna call that Kaiser GPT
God.
Oh my god.
and just use that to frame you.
So
I
they
mean, that'd be pretty funny.
so Dante and Lady make it out alive, and it's pretty convenient. Oh, I guess I won't say convenient, but I guess it's pretty lucky that she has no idea that
Pretty
Baines
bullshit.
had ordered the execution of all those demon people. Although I don't think it would be too hard for her to figure out. But even so, and I'll get to that later.
Why else would they start shooting them randomly? Like, what?
Well, that's the thing, is that she wasn't there to see it, and I guess she just didn't hear all the gunfire since every single floor of the building.
Oh
is
my
just
god.
bulletproof.
Yeah, every time gunfire happens in that building, dude, the freaking walls are gunfire proof, but not
The immense amount of soundproofing that's in this building.
Yeah.
Jeez.
yeah.
No, why? They shouldn't have the White Rabbit. He shouldn't have demolished it. He just should have kept it up and just like, all right, I'll abandon my plans. I'll just start being a music producer.
I was about to say it would have made a
amazing.
great place to make YouTube videos.
Yeah, like, do you know how many people would kill for that kind of soundproofing setup?
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
I mean, and this guy probably literally did kill to get that set up, so you know.
True.
So she takes some ammo off of some guys, and suitcase that I think we've seen a couple other times in the series. I don't really. That's the one that has a rocket launcher in it.
Helena Ann, one of my favorite weapons in the entire franchise, especially in 5 when you get 2 of them and can combine them.
Yeah.
Wait, what? You can get 2 of
Oh
them?
damn.
That's
In
crazy.
5 you can get 2 of them. They combine into like a bigger version to just bust people with. That's one of my favorite ways
That's
to
fucking
catch
crazy.
Vergil
That's awesome.
when he does when he does like his freaking dimension slash move and is in recovery.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So they're gonna go after the White Rabbit. Dante's like, oh, I gotta go fight him and all that for justice, and it's not what he says, but like you get the gist of it. And Lady is like, how about no? And so she shoots her gun at him and shoots him in the leg. And again, even though he's able to heal off bullet wounds pretty quickly, this one, for whatever reason, just does not. Also, the fact that he didn't see her raising that gun in his direction, that he wasn't able to react to it in time, is still pretty fucking stupid. Just everything involving her is either plot armor for her and plot poison for everyone else.
Yep.
And remember, chat. Remember, like in episode 1, he knew that a big ass cement truck was about to crash into the diner and explode, and just without even looking at it, without like seeing any reflection or anything that indicated that it's approaching, it's like he reacted in time to get everyone to safety.
Meanwhile, a woman is like raising a gun right in front of him, and he's just like not able to react. Thanks, Lady. All right.
Thanks, lady. We look forward to when Dante has to save you this time.
Yeah.
Yep.
So,
Because, I guess it's only fair. She saves his ass. He's gotta save her ass. Equal rights and all.
So Dante is now locked up while Lady goes off to go save the day.
She steals a Porsche from a guy.
Girl boss, and yeah,
Yep.
just probably someone named the Dawn.
Oh my god.
God,
Yo, there's a Dawn in all of these types of
Yeah.
shows.
there's a
man.
Dawn in all of us.
Yep.
Then
I'm the Dawn. No, I'm the Dawn. No, I'm the Dawn.
I'm the
Like I am Spartacus. That kind of shit.
Vergil is the storm, and I am the dawn that is approaching. Provoking. I
Oh,
don't know where I was
shit.
going with that. All right.
The
So,
Akatsuki.
so White Rabbit Bugs is all like, getting ready. You should be here. Bat guy, I forget what his name is again. Cavalier is getting kind of antsy. He's thinking that he's probably not going to show up. But then they hear the roaring of an engine, and it's Lady, and she does a big jump. But there's this really big demon,
How?
bigger than any other demon that we have ever seen, at least outside
Yeah.
of the portal. It's fucking huge. Like, compared to all the other ones, it's like maybe 7, maybe 10 times as tall. Okay, maybe 10 times is a little bit, but like 1, 2, 3. He's fucking huge is the point that I'm making.
Yeah, it's even
Right.
bigger than Echidna.
Yeah. Now remember, if you'll remember, Agni got shot in the heart by like anti-demon bullets, and he shrugged it off. And he wasn't nearly as big as this dude. So now she's running
Oh,
up
yeah.
this ramp that she's made for herself, and
Almost just destroyed that guy.
yeah.
Amazed
Yeah,
he even
just one shot
survived
him.
without any severe injuries, and like just created a massive pileup.
Yeah,
And yeah, this.
then she flies up, jumps out of the car, and because gasoline is explosive, she fires at the car, and it just explodes. And he's dead. That big ass demon is just dead.
Yeah.
Like,
Directed
imagine
by Michael Bay.
Imagine if, like, she didn't even hit the right place. Or imagine if, like, it
Yeah.
didn't actually ignite quick enough. Imagine if the
Wait.
guy whose car she stole from decided not to fill up their car on nitroglycerin.
What if it was electric? You wouldn't
That's
know.
that's also a good point. What if
Oh
it
no! If it was electric, that makes it even more realistic. Have you seen those Teslas? Those things explode all the fucking time.
Oh my god.
True.
She's looking for a Cybertruck or some shit.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
But no, listen, okay, that after she falls down, the demon dies, you just go, what I've done! Directed by
And I'm
Michael
not
Bay.
done with that giant demon yet, because I think, like, being exploded from, like, a car, I think is already kind of bullshit, as we'll see a little later, but
Yeah.
we're not quite done with him yet. Good lord. So then she meets him here. I'm gonna turn on subtitles. There wasn't, like, a whole lot that I have as far as notes for this part of the scene. Oh, yeah, so she's here to negotiate. She's like, oh yeah, I got Dante all locked up in a car somewhere, someplace, and you're just gonna have to trust me that the guy with superhuman reflexes and superhuman strength, I was able to
Yep.
overpower and lock him up into one of our little cars. And I'm also supposed to just, I'm expecting that you believe that we have flamethrowers on the insides of those cars. Again, just more. Well, then again, maybe both of them read the script, so maybe that's how she knew that he would know that, like, there are flamethrowers inside those cars. And she is placing a lot of faith that he just believes her. And funnily enough, he says, "Okay, I believe you," and
Okay, I believe.
gives her the amulet. But then after he gives her the amulet, he says, "Actually, I didn't believe you the whole time. I thought that you
Then
were
why'd you give it to him?
Yeah. why did you give it to her if you didn't think that it was real? So then she presses
You're
the button.
stupid.
And then it turns out it was a fake out. It was a bluff. It was just the speakers for the car there. And so then he sighs like, yeah, go kill her. Cavalier goes and
it would have all been fine if he didn't just give her the amulet. He'd be like, maybe just like gesture like, all right, I'm gonna. Oh, wait a second. Yeah, no, that's bullshit.
When I was watching this for the first time, you have no idea how like giddy I was to see that Cavalier survived this. Because, like, with everything else that we've seen involving Lady and the kinds of, people who she can kill and the kind of plot armor that she had, if you watch this without any context about what comes after...
you want this bitch taking down a peg, I understand.
You see her fire this rocket launcher at this guy who has shrugged off swarms of anti-demon bullets, and he just gets one shot by a random rocket launcher. Like, how fucking underwhelming would that be? Like, and again, on top of everything else they've done, you would believe that, like, that they would do that. I would believe that Audie would do that with all the other deaths that, and all the other stuff that Lady has done. I was so giddy to find out, that didn't kill him. Actually, something that makes sense for once.
Oh my god!
Ain't no way, bro.
Yeah, so,
and then more ugly CG monstrosities attack her. They don't even really do it in unison that much. Granted, it's nowhere near as big a deal as it will be a little later with Dante, but still.
The fight is...
They're kind of just running at her.
Yeah, that's all kind of... It's like all of the cool choreography was just spent on, like, the second episode in the mercenary fight. There was so much cool stuff in that fight. There was cool stuff to interact with. You had, like, Dante's whole apartment. He could, like, play with pool stuff. You saw him making, like, these little gags. You had him messing around with, like, each of the other guys. And you just don't see that kind of clever choreography in any of the other fights. Bio, you're back!
Welcome, Bio. We're in, we're in the end game where things start sucking even worse than usual.
Yeah. So
are you up to the part where like Dante gets thrown in jail or no?
We're past that. We're in Lady getting her shit rocked now.
So Lady is just fighting off swarms of these guys.
Bio, were you just orgasming at the thought of Lady getting stomped just now after being borderline invincible for the moment?
Now
maybe.
Now we're introduced to something even more BS. So apparently, they developed a toxin that can completely neutralize, like just completely nullify someone's body and just make them go numb fairly quickly, and all of their weapons have been doused in this toxin. There is apparently, I don't quite remember if there was ever a time in the hotel fight when Lady got grazed ever. I know that she did from Shapeshifter, but like imagine if that they had that toxin back then. Hell, imagine if that was the toxin that like she was breathing in, and the little purple gas, and like she just gets they have stuff that can just knock her out and make her completely immobile, and they were just not using it earlier. It's just the show doesn't think about the kinds of things that affect the power scaling and what kinds of resources and tools certain characters have, and never tries to address why they don't have them in other situations.
No, Pete, you answer your question. The show doesn't think.
You know what?
That's it.
It feels.
It doesn't. Yeah, it feels.
So, he gets the amulet back. And he's about to kill her, but then Dante comes in for the rescue because he could break out with his devil trigger. Well, I'm assuming that's how, because it would be really, convenient if he could break out without his devil trigger, and he didn't back in episode 3. That would be very stupid.
Granted, he was tied up, so, Granted, that would also have to mean that he'd be able to break out of those binds because he was also able to break out of jail. So yeah, let's just assume that he double triggered.
That's all the more reason why. That is all the more reason why.
But he didn't use it here. He didn't get here with it.
Yeah.
So so I guess maybe he didn't.
like, that's all the more reason why Bugs shouldn't have believed her bluff. Like, imagine her explaining this to him, and he's like, the guy with the devil trigger. You locked him up in, and you're sure that he can't just break out of it. When, like, obviously he can. The fucking son of Sparta's devil trigger can, of course, break out of that car. God damn it.
Yeah.
Why the hell he went along? I mean, granted, we're back to, like, square one, because they just would have had the fight scene, except he wouldn't have handed over the amulet. But it's still stupid,
Yep.
that whole ultimatum was completely pointless. So
Like, we could have gone here a little bit faster with a whole lot less stupid. Is the thing?
yeah,
Oh, well, we can't have
We could have
that.
gone here so easily with the most minor of tweaks that make characters look just a little bit extra smarter, a little bit more intelligent.
But,
Yeah.
but CBF. He is the creator of Devil May Cry, okay? You do it.
No.
Okay.
I'm so
No.
just the
Oh my god.
I could hear the defeat in your voice, Kaiser, and now I feel
I imagine it's the level of defeat, knowing that when he got shouted out, like at that moment, nobody cheered or booed, nobody cared
Yeah,
at
exactly.
that event.
Oh, I didn't
Devil
notice
May-
that.
yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's
I
funny.
remember people pointed that out on Twitter.
Holy shit, that's funny. That's
Netflix
really
Devil May
funny.
Cry is going to be one of those shows that is just going to be forgotten after a while.
Yeah, it's probably gonna be
this show's
forgotten
gonna be
quicker
fucking
than
memory
Netflix
hold
She-Ra.
really quick.
It's just gonna be that the fans remember it as like, oh, it's this relatively divisive other Western attempt, just like the last one. Bless you.
Yep.
So
Sorry, excuse me.
just want to put a pin in this for now. I'm invoking I
Okay.
know nothing again.
Yeah,
So
no problem.
Bugs points out, fitting that Mundus should benefit most from Sparta's wall. It allowed him to bleed dry a captive, terrorized populace, while she and the rest of her Darkholm barbarian. Yeah. So the point is, he does not have a lot of good things to say about Mundus, and it does sound like he is very much a dictatory kind of
No.
person. And just put that in your back.
Yeah, so I
pocket
just want to
for later.
mention
Yeah.
that, like, in the original Devil May Cry lore, so Mundus doesn't rule all of the underworld, he just rules, like, a half of it, because the other ruler was Argonauts. Or Argosax,
Okay.
or whatever the fuck his name
Oh,
is.
I mean, Argo Sex, the Chaos.
Argo Sex.
Which is actually the final antagonist in Devil May Cry 2 after
Yeah,
the
so-
normal main antagonist is dealt with. And it has
Yeah.
no personality or anything.
No,
It's
we
just
don't
an
get, like, a
amalgamation
monologue.
of like some of the bosses across the past two games, and then it has like a super cool final form that makes the only decent fight in the entire game.
Yeah. So, I just want to mention, for DMC lore, like, you know, Mundus is one of several demons that rules hell. Like, he rules, like, a massive chunk of it, along with Argonauts and, you know, a few others. So, but I think Mundus is probably, like, the most powerful out of them, or, like, at least one of the strong, at least the top three. So he doesn't rule all of Underworld, he just rules, like, a massive chunk of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so, Bugs invites Dante to the Otherworld to show him just how much hell can be, and he's like, oh yeah, anyone who touches her is gonna die, and he just trusts that these demons are not going to do anything to Lady while he's gone, and again, he's going over here for no real reason. Oh,
And he's not even gonna like double cross and be like, all right, Dante's here. Yeah, kill her. He can't see this shit.
yeah.
He'll see when he gets back, but you know, we're gonna jump him anyway, you know. But no,
Have a question about whether, well, I guess because this was something that I was sort of gone back and forth on about, like, whether or not it makes sense that Dante can't really breathe in here very well, which I guess if we establish that, like, even the normal demons find it difficult to breathe, I suppose maybe it is. It's just the fact that, like, Bugs is able to breathe relatively well by increasing the dosage of demon blood inside him, as we saw earlier in this episode.
Right.
So if demon blood is
yeah,
so if
it's
demon
kinda
blood is the
weird.
thing that allows you to be able to breathe better in here, then wouldn't the son of fucking Sparta have at least enough demon blood in him that it would be okay?
At least enough that he'd have a better chance than the White Rabbit back when he was a kid.
Yeah.
Yep.
So granted, it doesn't really affect a whole lot. I just think it's really silly. So then he gets knocked back into the real world, where now Bugs can fight him in a place where he's not choking on his own spit. So, good move there, Bugs.
Yeah.
Let's see, as far as like notes.
The fight looks ugly because it's all the CGI monstrosities, and
What
at this point it's like
the
none of them decide, hey, how about we just gank this guy? They kind of just go one at a time.
Yep.
Except for when they're standing there, of course.
Standing here.
Yeah. And then Cavalier
Okay,
comes
that was
back.
one moment just now where two of them try to double team him and fail.
Yeah.
And oh, hey, look, Cavalier's back.
Uh,
Aren't you happy, Pete?
I am, ever so slightly. He still looks ugly as all hell. Oh yeah. Again, this is another one of those things where I'm like, the Demon Suicide Squad don't have characters. So like, Cavalier just killed one of his other like teammates, one of the other people who was on his side. And nobody, like, they all have like a brief moment to like gasp. You have the guy who's like, no, don't kill me, Commander! And then he does.
And then everyone's like, oh, dang.
Yeah.
Because it's
What
almost
the
like, wow,
heck?
they did not expect that Dante would be able to do that.
Yeah.
And Dante is the only one who's like, oh, damn, dude. But, I get it. I get it.
Yeah.
And, this helps me out, too.
Dante just turns him into comically large
Boxing gloves.
boxing gloves, basically. I was trying to think of that one, like, there's like a brand of inflatable kids boxing gloves that I forget what they're called.
Oh, I know what you're talking.
Yeah.
Not the Rock'em.
I know, I was thinking of the same thing, but like, I don't know what they're called. And
I know exactly what you're talking about, though.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
So,
Man, if this unlocked a
Okay.
core memory for you, please let us know
Yeah.
what it is.
just these little like inflatable boxing gloves for like kids.
Wait, Ryan, you ask, how is Mary not dead yet?
She was
she's
just
not.
intoxicated. She was just poisoned with
Yeah.
like basically like stun poison, and when Dante said, "All right, kill her,
Yeah.
and we're gonna have a problem," and he was like, "All right,
Now,
guys, don't kill her,"
if
and
you-
he has not rescinded that order yet for some reason.
Yeah, that's what. If you're asking why they haven't killed her yet, when like the toxin will probably wear off right about now, actually, that's an excellent
Yeah.
fucking question.
And look at that, it started to wear off a little.
Yeah. So
Yep.
the fight between Cavalier is in fact a fight.
It's better than most of the other fights from the past several episodes.
Debatably.
Yeah.
I mean, not even debatable. Have you remembered the Rudra fight? That was so bad.
I remember. It's just, yeah, it is better, but not by a whole
So
lot.
then,
At least it doesn't make as little sense.
Right.
Bugs tells the rest of his team to just gang up on Dante, and you know what he does during that time with Lady?
What?
He starts monologuing. He's
Oh,
talking
my-
about how feeble
starts
she is, how
monologuing.
inevitable her defeat is, how the world will soon be his. He has her on a silver platter, and he won't shut up.
And to be fair, Pete,
Man,
this
what
is
revenue
not
you
even,
still
this is
think,
not
man?
even the worst example of the episode.
Yeah.
No.
We're about to get up to it.
So now we get to Lady addressing his whole hypocrisy about torturing all of the other demons, and talking about, oh, you don't care about demons, you just hate Darkcom, which I hate that as like an excuse, because again, like the whole reason why he hates Darkcom is because he cares about the demons. Like, just because he developed a
Yeah.
hatred does not mean that he suddenly lost the reason why he hated them in the first place, which is what the show is kind of
Exactly.
implying. It's part of the whole reason why his character is
Yeah, and
bullshit.
also, like, listen, the thing about hatred is that for the most part, it usually comes out of a sign of love as well. Like, listen, if you
Yeah.
hate something so intensely, it's because you cared about something just as strong.
Yeah, when
Which
Ellie...
would be fine to explore if we got the chance to, but we never do.
Yeah,
But
Yeah,
we didn't
that's
get the
that's the
chance
main
to because
problem.
the
We
show's,
we
like,
have a
properly written.
starting point. We have a starting point,
And then they
we
skip
don't
to
go
the
much
end.
further. Yeah.
and then there's this line.
It's kind of just like, yeah, no. And he's like, yeah, sure, but you guys are literally Hitler.
Yeah.
So it's okay for me to go as bad as you because you guys are basically Nazis. So yeah, suck it. What do you have to say for yourself? And then she's like, yeah, you're right. All this kind of
Yeah,
stuff.
I
But
am-
then she
That's
joined.
what humans
but then
do.
she
And
still
like,
joined
he just
Kevin
revealed
Conroy
himself
anyway.
as human.
This-
So like he took off his stitches, revealed himself as human. Is like, yeah, it all makes sense. This is a human thing.
This line, I hate this line
So
so
fucking
much
stupid.
with so
That is so
many fibers
fucking-
of my being.
Fucking Maverick! Oh my god!
I feel every bit of pain that I cause for my people, but how much crueler, how much crueler a fate would they have met at your hands? I adopted the methods I was forced to by an enemy willing to do worse. Motherfucker, Darkcom kills your people. You, on the
Yeah,
other
they all
hand,
experiment on
you
them.
experiment on them and torture them and keep them alive in their torment. And you have also killed them because you have led the people who kill demons straight to their doorstep. You fucking Muppet! You...
And then also threatened to kill them if they cooperated
Yes!
with them. So it's like,
Yeah.
again,
You are responsible for doing all the same stuff that Darkcom does, and worse!
And the worst part is, for a good chunk of it, you didn't even have to do it.
yeah, and it's not like,
Yeah.
again, it's not like this is explored in any way, which would have really helped, and it's not like
Yeah.
Lady calls him out on any
It's
of
not-
what we just did either.
Yeah, it's
if
not.
both
It's not
of those
like
things happen, then it'd be like, all right, we we know that this guy's supposed to be full of shit, but no.
this is like the villain version of like what Ruby wanted to tell us about Team Ruby's plan in Volume 8 and how that
God.
shit just does not work, right? But it's on the villain side where it's all like, okay, he's been driven to make these impossible choices and he's become a monster because of it out of
No,
desperation.
like
like,
Ironwood, like James Steelbark.
Yeah, like James Steelbark. But like that didn't happen. You're not that desperate. You have so many other options. Why don't you use any of those?
Yeah, and also here's the thing, right? I mean, you could be you could make the argument, right? Oh, he's so given into hatred, right? That he's lost the reason for why he was doing this in the first place, right? Like you could do
Okay.
this story about the escalation of hatred and like all that.
But you
shit,
need
right?
to escalate though, Bio.
You have to
need
show
They
us
don't do
escalate.
that in
You
the
can't
show.
You can't just tell us
Yeah.
that it happened. You should show some.
Yeah,
of
if it happened on screen, it didn't fucking happen, dog. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
listen, they show us where he's like, okay, I'm gonna get revenge against Darkcom. But like, here's the thing:
Right.
he's the one who's constantly escalating, not Darkcom, right? If it was like this
Right.
constant like escalation, then that would make sense. But here it is: he's just like,
Yeah,
he's
you
going
have
up
all
and up
you
and up.
already partnered with some super powerful freaking demons. Why the fuck do you need to experiment on lesser demons to make them stronger to achieve your goals? You don't even need that.
Yeah, like what purpose did that serve other than just to make him even more of a super mega duper ultra evil guy?
Oh god, and then there's this line.
Like that never comes back ever again. Like you can just have these demons already be as strong as they are. And not like, and again, it's not like that would be difficult to find anyway because his ultimate goal benefits the demons. So like, I have no idea why they made things this way.
And again, why not? We could have easily had it so that, I don't know, some way or somehow, maybe he had cams, maybe he hacked the cams on the freaking truck or whatever. Like he discovered, like, oh yeah, Oh, and by the way, you're gonna accuse me of all this, but hey, your guys also literally killed all of the residents here.
Yeah.
Did you know that?
Oh yeah, that would have
Well,
been
no, that
dude.
never
That
comes
would have
up.
been so freaking. Why don't these characters bring up the shit that would be actually poignant to the fucking conversation? It's the Ren and Yang conversation all over again, dog.
Yeah,
I'm
like again, this is
fucking
what I was
sick of
getting
this
at
shit.
at the end of episode 5. It's like that scene is like a decent scene in a vacuum, but it never comes up again.
Then there's this line.
Like, they want to have their
It
cake.
doesn't come up in the next episode when freaking again, Darkham vice president is like, "Hey, you defied my orders."
Yeah, like
Why not have it come up here and I'll be like, "Yeah, so it's like, okay, does that mean you had to have like killed all of those guys in the fire chambers? They were different." No, lady, shut up, bitch.
Shut up, bitch.
They're all illegal immigrants.
Savages,
We have to
barely
destroy
even
them. They're a threat to national security.
You know, dude, this show wants to have its cake and eat it too with the White Rabbit. They want to have him be like the guy with the, you know, the sympathetic backstory and shit, and have the end point of his arc where he becomes, you know, a big bad evil McEvilton. But have him be, you know, complicated. But they don't want to actually do the legwork to get him there.
Yeah, and sure,
Yeah, and
they
that's
only
kinda like
have
why
8
issue of the
episodes,
show is
but
why-
why not use that time better? Yeah,
Go
eight
ahead,
episodes
Bio.
to do this story that
Yeah,
you
and
want
that's
to do
partially
for
my issue
him.
with the show. Oh no, sorry, I cut CB off. You go, CB, and I'll go after.
Yeah, like they have 8 episodes to tell it the story this exact way because of how they penned it. Why didn't they use their time more effectively to actually, you know, show some of that stuff?
Yeah.
Maybe like why not like trim some bits of the backstory
Yeah.
and make room for some of that there.
Yep.
Then
Yeah, and I think this also ties into the wider issues of the writing. It was just a thing that kind of occurred to me when I was just thinking about it. Is that, like, the show is really juvenile and kind of try hard. I mean, I was mentioning this to Pete when I was watching the trailers and some of the clips. Like, this show comes off as so try hard. Like, oh, look how mature we are, and
This isn't your dad's Devil May Cry.
this
you know,
isn't
that
your
kind of shit.
your
Like,
dad's
like this
fucking
comes
Devil
off
May
as really
Cry.
try. Like,
That's
comes
like
off
the
as really
reboot.
juvenile and really fucking try hard, and I think that's also what's also
Dude,
affecting
you know-
the writing. It's like a 14-year-old or a 12-year-old wrote this.
Yeah,
Dude,
like again,
you know
this
that-
is exactly the problem with the reboot right there. Like
You-
the main thing separating the reboot and this is that this feels like there was at least somewhat of an attempt to capture Dante specifically.
Yeah.
Like that's the main thing separating the two because they're not that far off otherwise.
Dude, do you
They're both
remember?
shit.
Do you remember Titans and that scene where Robin's all like, "Fuck Batman"? You know, there should have been. What if there was like a scene where Lady's all like, "Fuck Dante"?
That's
And
that's
that's how
kind of
they
what it
ended the
feels
trailer.
like the show is sometimes with like how many times she shows him up. Yeah, it kind of feels.
That's actually that's basically what happened in the
Or
reboot
better yet,
too. We
fuck
got a different
Sparta.
example of that where it's just like, oh, when Dante gets like a wig like thrown onto him, he just looks in the mirror and it's like, not a chance.
You
That
didn't.
was kind of
hate that
that was
scene.
kind of the equivalent that everybody just like instantly was like, yeah, no, we're not gonna give the reboot a
Well,
chance
no.
for that.
Wait, they were all like, hold on. They were all like, they were all like,
Fuck this shit, I'm out. Fuck this shit, I'm out.
You didn't hear her say "fuck Dante," but your brain did.
all right. Yeah, but brain. Okay, let's move on.
Yeah.
Let's move on.
So then there's this line: Darkham isn't abusing orphans to turn them into brainwashed soldiers. To which he then says, actually, they kind of are. He's just like, really? Is that not how you would describe yourself? And, like, she actually, it's so weird to me how she's like, what? Wait, that is kind of what happened to me. Except it's not because Darkham is not the one who, like...
Yeah, she went to them, number one.
She had a traumatic childhood as a result of just really bad circumstances. That is not the same as brainwashing. Do not equate those two things. And the fact that
And
even
on
if
top
we
of that,
wanna-
she was already kind of in that mindset even before that as well.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
you know.
like I said, we've seen the backstory. She went to them. And number two, even if we want to go with this, Lady having this realization, I want you guys to put a pin on the fact that Lady just had this, this maverick ass revelation, okay? Because we're gonna come back to it at the very end. I'm gonna be so fucking mad about it, but let's move on.
Yeah. So
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
I will-
true. That did happen eventually. Yeah.
so I will say
Including with that awful freaking devil trigger we ranted about for a little bit.
Go, Pete.
I will say this much is that her realization of something that is very obviously false, that is going to cost her some Mary Sue points in the finals.
Yeah.
So
And
she
again,
may not.
so does the fact that she had to be saved by Dante here.
So she may not. She may not win first place for America's Next Top Sue, but we'll have to see how she pulls through in the end, or what she has next. So yeah, they're like, oh yeah, we are actually one and the same person. We're not so different, you and I. And then he reveals that he was Willem Dafoe the whole time.
Oh my god!
You and me, Spider-Woman, we can rule this city. I am your master.
And oh look, he just reveals the thing on him as well for this.
Yep. It was you, that guy that I saw for like maybe 2 minutes tops, and I remember your face for all that time. Which, granted, I
To be
guess
fair, I imagine in that kind of moment you probably vividly remember
Probably.
that kind of you'd remember the faces of all the minute details of like the most traumatic moment in your entire life. We've seen how people talk about we remember how people talked about the day 9/11 happened.
Yeah, and to be fair, she did, I think, reference that exact attack earlier before, right?
So then cut back to Dante
so
doing
far.
some fights, breaks a cliff, which, I makes the fight little interest. I mean, like, I'm trying to be charitable here and be like, okay, well, at least you're using it's something. You're using what do you call it? You're using
The environment.
Yeah, environment.
Yeah.
Which is part of the reason
Your
why
advantage.
I liked
AoE attack.
Well, it's part of the reason why I liked a lot of the fight in the mercenary fight is because he was using a lot of the environment there. It's part of the reason why that fight just stands out so much more. It's not a lot, but like it's something. You throw a cliff at them. Then cut back to Lady again. More just kind of like, we're not so different, you and I. He talks about how he's got the transfusion of demon blood. It's kind of obvious from the get-go.
And Dante, don't forget Dante.
Yeah.
He says that
And then she's like, oh yeah, your brand of psychoticness, that's all humanity. And
it's like, all right, I concede. Humans, we're the
You're
bad.
the bad, okay?
I forget if he went over like his exact plan yet. I think he did, and we missed it. Of like why he
really
wants to
dumb.
merge. Yeah, so let's actually, if you guys want to, let's talk about his. Well, actually, no. I think he's about to talk about his dumbass plan after Dante kills Cavalier, which I will admit, I was expecting a more plot poison-y kind of death, considering how all of the other members of the Demon Suicide Squad went out.
No. Pete, this is very plot poison-y.
Oh, is it?
It's just not for him. It's for the White Rabbit.
That's fair.
Because he's stuck monologuing about this for so long when he could not only kill Lady right there, but Dante's back is turned. Attack him! Slash him! You have like 40 seconds to him.
Yeah, and here's the thing, he doesn't even need to hit
all of this.
He doesn't even need to kill him, he just needs to make him bleed. Like he was telling his men, I just need one drop of blood.
Bleed.
That's all.
Which is also a flat out lie, by the way. But we'll get to that next episode.
Yeah.
But still, it's like, oh man, you have so many opportunities to execute your plan and get rid of one of the other people who is standing in your way. and you do neither of those things. You absolute buffoon. You fucking moron. Absolute dipshit.
Yeah. So then,
Yeah, no, this guy is Mephiles here. I amend
You're
my
stupid.
previous statements. The only thing separating them is that this guy just looks a little bit cooler and had a better start.
Cavalier
Yeah.
or Bugs?
Bugs.
Ah, yeah. No, that.
Yeah, compared to Mephiles.
You know what? I cannot disagree with that. Yeah. So
But Mephiles has a better theme song. So,
this
yeah.
is true.
True.
So then there's a fight. I want to say no. Damn it. He doesn't explain his. So I think he explained his whole motivations earlier to Lady, and I think we skimmed over it. So you guys want to talk about his dumbass plan to open the spirit portals? I mean the demon portals.
Yeah, where do we
I
begin?
mean, I had forgotten, so,
So,
you know, refresh me.
This. All right. So his whole plan is like, I am going to open the demon. Right. All the demons that I like, all the innocent demons that I like, they're all stuck over in the demon world with all of those evil demons and that hard to breathe air. And meanwhile, your world doesn't have any of that. So you know what I'm going to do? I am going to merge those two worlds together so that all the problems in my world are also your problems.
And like all my guys, they'll come in. All the bad guys,
Yeah.
they'll wreak havoc. It doesn't matter because eventually, you know, things will just sort of even out.
That's
you know?
exactly what he says too. Is he's like,
Yeah.
you know, we'll eventually reach an equilibrium. Now I don't think it's in this
But,
episode,
like,
but
How though?
Yeah.
How can you
Yeah,
guys?
no, it
you're
is in this episode. It
equilibrium.
can't be the next one
think-
because he becomes evil, big, roided up
Yeah.
demon man next
You,
episode.
you think that freaking Mundus is just gonna sit around and just not, you know, tyrannically fuck up the Earth or the merged version of the worlds too? Like,
Yeah, like,
what do you think is gonna
I
happen?
guess he just what? Is he gonna be like, all right, well, I'm gonna do this, and like, by the way, you know, your brother's alive. That's how we're able to deal with all this, and you guys can handle Mundus.
yeah, it's just
That just really doesn't make any sense, because now that all that means is that all the lower demons and the humans are gonna get fucked over by the bigger demons just equally now.
yeah.
So it's like, how does
like,
that help?
basically what he's doing is like, listen, he's just turning Earth and Hell into one big giant PvP arena where it's going to be
Yeah.
and who are the strongest? Oh, the demons, the really powerful ones. Oh shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Ryan Carson, you're exactly right. That's
Not a good
exactly
plan.
what happens later.
Yeah.
God damn it! Why can't I
yeah.
find his monologue? Are you sure it isn't in the next episode?
Yeah, no, it can't be. He's defeated, and his normal form is defeated in this one.
Yeah. So then he sees him, and then he fights him. Then he holds him off of the. Let's see.
It's him and no one considered that. It's like, oh, you get uglier
All
by
right.
the day.
But
You're
wait,
uglier by the
but he
appearance.
does say it. I'm not gonna waste more time trying to find the line.
Uh,
But yeah, his whole
maybe it does happen next episode when he's not when he's in the other form.
his
I
whole
don't care.
spiel is just that,
forget.
oh well, things will just eventually get better. When no, motherfucker, that giant demon that was eating so many of your friends as a child, it's now going to be over here, and it's still going to be eating, your people. It's still going to be...
And now,
Yeah, like, wouldn't it?
and all the other guys, all the other humans are still going to be haunting you guys.
The whole reason...
Yeah, like, when the...
The whole reason why this place is a paradise is because there are no demons, like gigantic demons over here.
Yeah, wouldn't it be better for you to just, like, have it so that, okay, you can bring all the demons to a specific place en masse, and then just infiltrate parts of the governments to benefit you guys instead of just the humans, and maybe acquire power so that you could, fuck over Mundus if he ever tries to invade.
Isn't that what the demons did in Devil Man, like trying to infiltrate government?
I
And
mean,
shit like
essentially, yes. Dude,
Yeah, what?
Devilman did this shit better. Yeah, that was back when back in what? Freaking 70s?
That's effectively what
70s,
happened in the
early,
reboot,
late
kinda.
late 60s.
Wait,
Yeah, late
wait,
60s.
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that's more or less kind of what happened in the reboot. Like we already kind of have it, so like they control all the news going on, and they're the ones kind of like just like dealing with everything. Granted, I imagine they're not actually doing any government work, but still, they're
I mean, even
they're
then-
basically the elites.
I mean, even then, if the dude just wants like all the, you know, the demons that are innocent to be okay, like why not just like put them in like a part of the earth that isn't exactly like inhabited and put them there, and just
Why
keep
not put
bringing
them in
in
like
more
the
and more.
Amazon rainforest or the Sahara Desert or somewhere in like, you know, I don't know. Like there's tons of abandoned cities in fucking America that no one's using in towns. I mean, there's
Yeah.
like plenty of places you can hide people.
Yep.
Or hell, like I don't know, like a
Allegedly,
desert.
YouTube. Allegedly.
So yeah, and then the Darkcom helicopters finally arrive. I don't know why it took so long to get here. It's been like a whole day. Why did it take you guys so long to get here? The world was almost gonna end. But
Yeah.
all right.
Because you know we can't have them during the action.
Yeah,
Right.
guess not. All right. Final episode. You guys ready?
Oh,
All the
I'm
goodwill
ready, because
that
I've got
any
a
of the
rant-
previous
I've got a rant
episodes-
prepped.
Oh, fantastic.
All the goodwill that any of the previous episodes had instilled, what little was already there,
Yeah.
mainly thanks to 4, 5, and 6, has been systematically decimated by episode 7. And
And
in
it's gonna
case there's
die
any
right
possible
here.
chance that it could be earned back, no.
Yeah.
Fuck no, baby.
So then we see the big
Yeah,
guy.
I just want to preface this. This episode is one of the worst episodes I've ever seen in a single anime. Like,
Oh my god.
Okay, I wouldn't go that far because this is more like these two episodes are more like
Dude.
a 2 to 3 out of 10. I have seen.
okay,
I-
top
I
50.
was-
hell.
Top 50.
I'm-
This is in the top 50 list.
I was gonna say you guys are saying this as if y'all haven't seen Japan sinks.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
This is probably better than the average Japan Sinks episode, but not by much. Not by much, if at all.
Yeah, you're saying this as if you haven't seen King's Game.
I only watched
Oh,
one
God.
episode. Like this isn't as bad as
Don't-
like the worst episodes of Franks or Ruby.
Oh yeah.
Do
But
not
it's still
watch more of
horrible.
King's Game. Just don't.
No, don't do that.
Do not.
Why not?
Not-
It
not-
was funny.
like, not
It was
alone.
funny,
All right,
man.
fine.
Like,
If you want to
not-
laugh
like,
for
literally-
comedic purposes, I give you permission to watch it, but I do not advise it.
Listen, don't do it alone and don't do it sober.
Yeah, no,
That's
this
all I
is this is something to group watch.
Yeah.
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 This isn't something to group watch though. This is just
No.
bleh.
No.
So, he's alive, which I mean, yeah, he fell into the river, and he is going to take this other demon guy,
Devour
and I
this
guess
guy.
graft him onto him, I guess, and then become.
He
bigger.
devours him. He just
Oh,
becomes
yeah.
like
Just eats him.
not quite cannibalism, but still because it's different races, but still, yeah, he just devours him, and then just suddenly because of that, somehow he devoured him, and somehow that makes it so he goes like full demon mode because
Yeah.
we need a final boss fight.
Well, that's okay.
and
We'll
this
just
will get us here somehow.
we'll just grab another car to explode in his face, and that will win easily. Seems pretty easy. Like that's all. That's all it took to take
Yeah,
down that
barely
guy.
inconvenient.
Just explode something in his face. It'll be fine. We don't even need
Yeah.
anti-demon round. Like the fact that the other one went down just with a car exploding. Yeah, this will be easy. All right, so
Yeah.
Yeah, that other guy was nowhere near as tough as Cavalier.
Right.
So then we're catching up with Darkcom, and they're wrapping up all the bodies.
Missed opportunities galore.
Yep. And the Dante and Lady start arguing a little
Oh
bit.
yeah, I remember there was another thing where it's just like, how are like Dante and all these others? They just like shoot demons all. How do they keep them under wraps and all that? Oh no, it's because the government's always watching. Like, it's always able to just clean the mess up.
Also, I love how
He's like, oh, I just leave them there. I just shoot them, bang, bang, bye.
I love how Baines
So
just
this is how
gives
that works.
all the credit for this fight to Lady. He's like, as for what did this, she did. Yeah, like, just completely ignore the son of Sparta that's standing right next to her.
That you
Yeah, for
that
real.
you tried
No,
that you also
Yeah,
tried
you wanted to
to
recruit.
raise
Yeah.
up
It
as
was-
like, all right, you can defect against the demons, you can redeem yourself from sin
So,
and save us all.
little
'Cause we're
later,
dying.
we finally get some interactions between, well, not finally, but like we get Baines interacts with Lady over here a little bit more. And he tells her that he has started to doubt her her devotion, because he knows
Yeah.
that she called off the killing of all those other demons. He's aware, which good on them not to forget that, because like he would absolutely
Why didn't he say that though?
Well, no, he did. He said, you have caused me
No,
to doubt
that-
your devotion. And like that's what he's
Yeah, no, I mean, why didn't he mention the fact that? Why didn't he mention that? Oh yeah,
Yeah,
he
yeah.
called that off. So I'm like, I killed them.
Yeah.
Because know your place. We kill demons here.
Yes.
So we killed them.
Yeah, instead
That's what we're supposed to do.
yeah, and that
And they'll be like, but they were innocent. They were just normal guys. I don't care. They're demons.
There is
That-
no
we're
normal. A
supposed to
good
do.
demon is a dead demon.
and that would
okay?
be more natural than like what he actually said, because mind you, they just need him to say something like really fucked up for her to suddenly doubt whether or not it's worth working with them. Now instead of saying
Yeah.
that, which would make perfect sense, he is instead like, the deaths of your team don't matter. They serve the purpose God intended. And of course, like, she takes that personally. And it's like, hold on. So you think so little of, like, the soldiers underneath you that there has never been a single time you have ever said as much in Lady's presence ever. Like, she's only just now figuring out that this is the kind of person you are, when he makes it abundantly clear that this is the kind of person who he is.
Yeah, he.
Yeah.
Oh, no,
Zealot, right?
it's
Like,
because
basically,
he
if you die,
he
it's like, oh,
valiantly.
Yeah, he's a fucking open religious zealot. Oh, you die. All part of God's plan.
Yeah.
Oh, I killed them.
Yes!
Oh, all part of God's plan.
Yeah,
But that's
it's
And
like,
now
oh, I
the
guess
one
it's
time
okay,
that
like,
he
buttered
does
Lady.
this again, now it's a big deal.
Yeah, now
It's like,
she's
oh,
noticing.
I guess it's just that he buttered Lady up enough that like, oh yeah,
Well, that's-
Lady, I trust you very specifically. But yeah, and everything else is like, no. Here's the thing. This guy is just a representation of the audience. He knows that those other guys didn't matter, and their only purpose was what God, Adi Shankar, and whatever the other guy's name was, like Zachary something, intended.
Oh,
Yeah, it's what God,
Yeah,
Eddie
what's his
Shankar, and
name?
Alex Larson intended. That was their plan.
Oh,
That
this
was
is,
the
Dude,
purpose
what
they
the guy's
served.
name is humongous.
And no one cares.
This is an
Why
interesting.
should he care?
This is an interesting theory from Freak Uzi. PeriodicPete, Baines is Arkham. I'm calling it.
Ooh.
Set your bets. We'll take your bet on that, man. Season 2 comes out.
Honestly.
Yeah, tune in when.
That'd be. Oh man, that would be some crazy freaking plastic surgery.
It would be.
That would be some massive bullshit.
Was
yeah.
Arkham ever
Yeah.
like religious in any like way?
A little
in-
bit.
No.
He dressed up like a priest.
He dressed up like an evil clown. well.
But
That like as an alter ego meant to sort of like go like further goad Dante and like push him in the right direction to fulfill the plan. While also
yeah, so it feels, if the goal was to make her think, maybe he's not such a good guy after all, it would make a lot more sense for him to say that, that he killed all the demons, rather than saying that her team's death didn't matter, because if he really has been buttering her up this whole time, as you guys have been saying, then surely he would be smart enough to know that the best way to manipulate her is by not telling her that the deaths of her team that she's known pretty much forever, or like pretty much the whole time that she's been here, and saying that their deaths didn't matter.
Yeah.
So
that they serve zero purpose.
So, because of this very convenient wording, she
Like
then
nothing.
she lies to him and tells him that Bugs got away with the amulet, and decides to let Dante keep it because she now no longer trusts Baines.
Hold on.
When
Just BRB.
yeah, no problem.
Also, yeah, Friku's, I guess I could say he injected himself with the demon serum, so maybe you could say demon healing might have saved him. It would still be kind of lame, but whatever. Yeah, we can accept that if the show wants to pull that. The show's pulled much worse. So much worse.
So Baines is going back to telling Dante, you gotta pick a side, and Dante's all like, how about no? And so then he's like, well, we're gonna take you into custody anyway, because you're the son of Sparta.
Yeah, and it was like I was not born with enough middle fingers. I don't need to choose a side.
Yeah, and so
Actually, no, I probably shouldn't be referencing Marilyn Manson. He may be a better artist for the most part, like any of the other artists we've actually gotten in this show, but he's a vile person.
So then, about to start a fight, and then, convenient explosion! It's Bugs Bigger! He's no longer a bunny. He's now
He's
big...
Bugs Bungus.
Bugs Bungus.
He's gone to he's reached his
Chungus.
final form, his Chungus form.
Yeah, this is
Yes.
exactly. So he's now
And he looks like freaking reject Devilman cross with reject Zod from Berserk.
So just to clarify, the form that he's using is from a demon that got one shot by an exploding car. Meanwhile, he is just tanking bullet fire, anti-demon bullet fire, presumably. Although I think it's because of like his humanness that is making him somewhat immune to it, but he's still walking it off, just no problem.
Actually, to be fair, with those other guys, those are just like regular guns. They're not like the kinds of guns that the Ace guys use. So I guess they're just regular bullets.
It wouldn't really matter either, because like the car explosion was just a regular explosion. I feel like anyways, but we'll there it gets worse later. Some more fights. Baines is getting out of there. More of them get killed. I don't really have much to say about the fight. This guy gets away because he has the teleporting thingy that Bugs told him to destroy, but he's like, nah, how about not? Even though apparently he doesn't quite... He thinks that, like, Baines is going to use it to invade the other world, but he still decides to give it to Baines.
Yeah.
The Enzo runs away, then Dante and Lady get into the fight, and the animation here is admittedly nice. Just wish it was like that for a lot of the other fights is all.
Yeah, like that moment right there, yeah, it's pretty cool, and some other like decent moments there.
Yeah.
They can't do much with choreography in this fight, but you know, it is what it is.
Yeah. I like that they didn't forget that
spectacle.
I like that they didn't forget that Bugs still has the sword of Sparta, so he's able to use those little purple Getsuga Tenshos.
Yeah.
Even though it's now like grafted into it, because it's not like that's a compliment or anything. I feel like you should remember that he has that. It just feel like in any other show of this quality, they would just forget that he has that. So
Yeah.
I'm trying to be as charitable as possible. Helicopters come in.
We have slim pickings with the compliments we can provide this episode.
Helicopters.
We take what we can get.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and like overall, the fighting here it's fine. Yeah, I don't.
It's got some solid moments. Too bad the context behind it is bad and dumb.
Yeah. And hey, at least there's
and also
no...
like, oh, he needs this. He needs like because we skipped over it. I believe it was in episode 7, but it's granted, I might have just been taking the piss when you guys were mentioning that, but like we saw that Vergil was alive in his devil trigger form. And it was like, all right, he handed the blood, like a little drop of that. It's like, all right, no, now we need some more Dante's. And then here we will eventually see, oh no, he doesn't need just like a little drop of Dante's blood. He needs a whole lot more for it to work.
Yeah, and then we get a little glimpse of like that horrendous CG. Probably not as like bad as it was before, but there's little bits of it you can, if you pay close attention to Bugs, you can see that there are certain instances where he is CG, where Dante turns into... That wasn't an instance where Dante turns into CG. Little bits here, they're a bit of both. Now that low clip there, that wasn't CG. But then as he's swinging, that's definitely CG. Dante is CG briefly at, like... Yeah, when he's... I want to say when he's jumping over. Not here. No, that wasn't CG. It's not, again, it's not as obvious as before. There's just little bits and bobs here and there. It's tolerable, at least, compared to others. Okay, that's definitely CG.
Yeah,
and
but,
then...
like, he's getting his shit rocked. We get Enzo.
Enzo gets his heroic death. I guess we're not getting that Bayonetta crossover.
Yeah, no, why didn't he blast him with the rocket?
Maybe it was out of ammo.
Either
what?
Either instead of charging on him, or I imagine if he's like too shocked and frozen from getting stabbed, he probably that would make sense why he wouldn't blast him right there. But it's like, why didn't he at least try?
Why the hell?
Because we need that death.
Like, imagine, too, if it was, like, something so anticlimactic, like, Bugs just steps over him because he is just dead set on Dante. He doesn't even get, like, his, dying in Dante's arms. He just gets, like, crushed into a puddle. It's...
Oh, no.
But yeah, Enzo is dead. He was a character. I didn't dislike
He was
him.
alright.
Yeah,
This scene was okay, I guess.
Yeah.
It's the other closest I have to a compliment on this episode. He was fine, and they did a little callback to, like, with the getting stabbed thing, take a blade from him. It's like he was one of the few characters in the show that was remotely likable alongside Dante and Baines, who was like likable as like a fun evil guy. He was obviously shady.
And...
But yeah, it's like, oh yeah, one of the few characters the first death of a character we remotely care about. It took until the finale to get there, but we got there.
Yeah, and even
Guys,
then, I feel like it's...
died. Like, I memory hold this entire, like, section.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not that impactful. We don't care about him that much, but like,
it's not like this is like
better than nothing. It's better than the other guys who were part of Lady's squad.
It's not like this is some...
We had something to work with beyond. Well, one of them is kind of nice, and two of them have some romantic tension and some romantic chemistry.
Yeah, like
the bar is south of heaven again.
Like it's to me it's there. It's just that Enzo death is a thing that happens. It's not something that I think is really bad.
People did indeed die when they were killed.
Yeah, no, that's basically how I feel about it, because it's not like this was a build-up of like something else. I'm trying to think of like
it wasn't really meaningful or impactful. You're just like, oh damn, a slightly likable character died. Oh well, moving on.
Yeah,
it's like, and again we got that callback, and it's like, I guess if we're gonna kill him off, now's as good a time as any. So
yeah,
it's fine for what it is.
I feel like it would be more meaningful if like there was actually some like implication that he was like, if like for the entire series he had been like putting Dante through hell and keep being like, yeah, I'll pay you back eventually, don't worry, and he's like, you're not the kind of person who would take a bullet for me, and he's like, oh yeah, well, I'll pay you back for this, and he's like constantly getting Dante into more and more trouble and stuff like that, and then he's like, yeah, I told you I'd take a bullet for you. Like, then it would feel... To be fair,
that's like, to an extent, that's kind of what he's doing here, but it's also because he was like roped into this as well.
Yeah.
And so it's like, oh, like, you're not the kind of person who would do that. Oh, I'd at least take a blade for you, like maybe a tiny little prick, a little stab from like a small blade.
I think that's
and like,
fine.
You've gotten me into like you got me into this. This is like one of the worst pickles you've gotten me into, man. Like, what the hell?
Yeah.
This is like the third worst thing you've done to me. It's okay, man. We can continue to work together. Yeah, sure.
And it does seem to be. I've seen it's there. I've seen worse.
It gets the job done, basically.
Yeah.
Hooray!
Yeah.
Congratulations, episode.
You get
You did
a
something
participation
Wait,
trophy.
Wait a second. I got something. we go.
Yeah.
There's like no, there's like freaking Justin Hunt 9-second applause. Like that sound bite.
Yeah, so fight continues. Now, oh yeah, then he gets thrown into this part. This is where I feel like the car exploding is complete BS. So if you remember, that other big guy who has the same body that Bugs has right now, he shrugged off a car exploding. He shrugged off a car explode, just a car, a mere car. She fires
To be fair, would still be a bit.
a minigun and then fires off like not one, but 4 missiles at him. Blows up the
To
whole
be fair,
floor. Yeah, go ahead.
yeah. To be fair, the miniguns, yeah, I can accept that. That would probably not do that much.
I'd be
The rockets, yeah.
I-
The rockets is like, if the car blew them up was enough, the rockets should be enough as well. But it's 4 of them, especially in one shot.
But listen, guys. His demon blood is super special, so that's why he's able to resist.
Oh yeah, well, if his demon blood is such a big factor, then why don't the demon bullets work on him?
Wait, what? Sorry, it cut out for there.
Yeah, you cut it out for me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I was saying if the demon blood is really such a big factor in his strength, then why did the demon bullets do nothing to him?
I don't fucking know.
These nuts.
Your mama, that's why.
Yeah, so then this happens. So they're trying to get away. He jumps on the helicopter. He's bringing them down. They're falling down. Dante, I think, gets out at like just the right minute, gets him off, but the helicopter's still going down pretty fast, mind you. It's going straight down, and she just like jumps out of this helicopter and it explodes, and she's just fine. She's just fine.
Yeah.
Granted, I'm pretty sure this wasn't even the first time like a normal human character survived an explosion like that too, unless I'm mistaken.
Well, no, it's the fact that like she threw herself out of a helicopter that was falling out of the sky, and then like she was rolling around on the ground, scraping up at high speeds, and then it exploded. Just the combination of all those things. Your fucking bones are broken. You have shrapnel in your stomach. You have 7 concussions, bitch. You are not walking out of that, but because it's...
And it's like, again, you got whipped up by an explosion, like, there's only so much made of iron that one can stomach.
Yeah.
In like a condensed span of time.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I do not care. You are at the very
We do not
least
care.
unconscious. Probably.
Mhm.
That's our experience with most of the characters in the show. It's like, we do not care.
Yeah. Well,
We do not care.
Well,
We don't
especially with
care.
her. Especially with her in particular.
Yeah.
It's just...
Which is a shame because like they were kind of trying to make her like more sympathetic a little bit towards the middle, and then somehow she managed just to get worse towards in episode 7.
And then...
Yeah.
nobody gives a shit. So then the moment we've all been waiting for. The
Yep.
climax. He fuses
Oh god, here we go.
He puts the amulet into the sword. Now he has Sparta's sword. Tells Dante that, oh, shoot, I think this is where he monologues. A spectacle of prosperity built on the misery of an unseen world.
Oh, yeah,
it
I
ends
guess
the moment
so.
I let this blade touch the blood of Sparta's... Okay, never mind. No, I think... So yeah, then he said the entire line. He's like, oh yeah, I got the blood of your brother right here. And then Dante decides to have another PTSD flashback because he completely freezes long enough for Bugs to just stab him clean through the chest. Thanks!
Hey, Bugs. Hey, buddy. What? Cool that you did it now. You could have done that last episode when you had infinitely more time.
Yep.
And you could have just snuck up on him to slash him too.
Yeah.
You have no excuse now for not having done that last episode.
Like, imagine, like, that's his weakness. Like, all he had to do was bring up Vergil. Just like, hey, Dante, your brother. Stabs him.
It's like, hey, Dante,
Oh my God.
wanna know how I know about you?
Wait,
Your
Yeah.
brother.
no, guys, it's like, yeah, it's like that scene, that meme of CW Flash where Reverse Flash is like, your mother. So I guess it's about your mother before getting electric shocked. Dude, just imagine this guy being like, your brother.
You know who else has a devil trigger? Your brother!
Your brother!
Stabs him in the chest. Fucking would have been great. God, I wish I wish Deaderex was here. I need art of like Muscle Man Muscle Man Bugs Bunny.
Yeah,
Muscle
you can
Man,
always
White
ask him.
Rabbit.
Yes.
You can always ask him to be.
I could.
No, you just send him the VODs of this. Is like, watch these whole things.
God.
Both of them get inspired.
Yeah, well, I remembered the little bit at the beginning where CBF you and Bio were Vergil, Kaiser and I was the whole give us the Yamato, and I like as we were doing that I wanted I wish Deaderex would like draw that. And yeah, I could go to him, but that requires effort and commission. All right. But yeah, so finally all the conditions have been met.
This is your myth money. You've got enough.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I
And
got
again,
that.
it's like the conditions are so dumb because like it's obvious that again it's so contrived, like it's such a specific set of requirements that you have to make it like that because otherwise he just looks stupid for not having just slashed him at any point. But also again, it makes no sense why double trigger is the requirement for this to suddenly work on Dante's end, other than just roll with it. It works like that because it does. That just like every other part of his plan, it just works because that's how we wrote it.
I mean, that's the only way that you can have it so that like he doesn't immediately go after Dante's blood at the very beginning of the show.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah, and
shoot,
it's
I passed.
so obvious, man. Like this is like when freaking remember Kaiser like Vex's reaction in Volume 8 when he realized exactly why Emerald was not part of the final fight, and he's just like,
Yep.
oh, you guys ain't slick. Like he was mad.
Yep.
It's like that's that. Like you're not slick.
Nah,
it's
it's same shit, different toilet.
So then
These writers are all spiritually the fucking same, and it's so goddamn cringy.
Adi Shankar is like, I do not have like, what's that quote about like the memory stuff again? I am not good with
Good,
a lot of
memory-related things.
Yeah.
and there's the mother
Roll
and the
the
baby
fucking
from the
clip.
beginning. They were alive, which just makes me wish that the shapeshifter got some more character, because I would have loved to know why he spared them. But
Yeah.
Yeah.
you know, he's dead now, so you know, that's that.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. I'm willing
Well,
to.
one,
I don't
why
think
would
it's
you
bad.
try to bring him back after
Yeah.
that though?
I don't think they're gonna bring him back. So then Lady has to save Dante again, and she aims for the heart.
We're now
She
what's
with
it now? 2-for-1?
Yeah,
Scoreboard 2-1 on who saves who?
and she has a fucking okay. So like she has a pistol. She is winded from after being thrown out of a helicopter that also exploded, and she is so fucking far away from him. I don't know. Even I'm not quite. Even for like Devil May Cry, I'm not sure if I believe this being a thing. You have one shot too. If it was several, maybe I could believe it a little bit more. That like you just have like a spread and one of them eventually hits it. You have one.
Or maybe
shot.
like go akimbo for that.
Yeah, but like the fact that there's, I'm not sure I buy it. So then he gets shot through the heart, And he's too
my
late.
Too late.
You give Devil May
You
Cry
give
a bad name.
A bad name.
Her hair doesn't even get dirty after that explosion, all that stuff.
We
Yeah, you're
ga-
right, rival.
We gave you
Yeah.
the IP and the game. You give DMC a bad name.
man.
Like, man, what is this? This game is like, this franchise is actually no. Let's see. We got 5 + 2. You know, this is 4 out of 7 proper major DMC stuff that has been mediocre to terrible. We got 2, we got 4, we got reboot, and we got this.
Yeah. Also, I am keeping this in mind in season
Season 4 is
2.
still easily the best one out of all of these writing wise.
I'm keeping this in mind for season 2, knowing that Dante, with his devil trigger unlocked, walked off being stabbed clean through the chest with a gigantic fucking sword. I'm keeping that in my back pocket for when season 2 comes out, because
As you should.
the only reason why I would even remotely buy that, and even I'm not entirely sure if I do, the only reason why I would even remotely buy the whole nano explosives blowing up his face thing earlier in the series is because, well, he just hadn't unlocked his devil trigger yet, and so I guess now that he has a much better healing factor. Well, I'm keeping this in mind for season 2. You hear me, Adi? I'm keeping
And
that.
to be fair, he did recover from that, like, relatively quick, but that was still, like, that was enough to incapacitate him for long enough for the other guy to get away.
Whereas this didn't even incapacitate him at all. And you know what?
It did for a little bit. That's why Lady had to be the one to save him. And to be fair, this is closer to game accurate. Remember, Bio? Remember the awesome introduction to Alistair in the first game?
Yes,
Right through him.
That shit
And he
was
just
cool.
rises like freaking Jesus, like just like fucking like cross pose and everything. He's just like, and just lets that thing pass right through him. It's like,
Yeah.
man,
So,
that hurt. Grabs the weapon, uses it.
Yeah, and so Bugs calls him lol orphan, and Dante just slices him in half.
Dissects him.
Yeah. And
Lol, no family.
yeah.
Fatherless behavior.
And so then
that's what your mama did.
dead as hell, and saved them just in time before the mother and the baby were about to get eaten. Then the sword is broken apart again. The world is restored. We restored balance. See, Cora, that's how you do it. That's how.
Balance.
Yeah,
world,
sometimes,
not
you
leaving
know
in
what?
darkness.
Maybe closing the portals is a good thing.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? Hey, that's exactly how he managed to defeat a Cavalier too. So you know, 2
Yeah.
for 2.
So
Opening portals bad, closing portals good.
So we
Right.
have finally reached the end, and Dante is thinking about possibly going into business with a buddy cop kind of thing going on with Lady. And you know, that doesn't sound like such a bad idea.
MC3.
Yeah, it would
It's
be.
kind of like the end of the MC3. Just like, all right, I'm gonna do this, and he's like, hey, Lady's narrating like
Yeah.
the name of the shop. Devil May Cry. They both say in unison.
God.
As they both just like get ready to do some stuff.
God, the fact that she has
Yeah.
the gall to suggest Lady and Dante instead of Dante and Lady, I feel like just speaks for like
Dude, this is such a Rick and Morty ass fucking dialogue right here, dude.
And
I
then-
fucking hate this shit.
Then she
Sorry,
injects.
bro.
Yeah.
Doesn't personnel, kid.
Yeah, never mind that, like, she lied to her boss about the amulet.
Yeah.
She clearly lost faith
This
in
is so
him.
fucking. No, this is what I was alluding to. I'm taking that pin right the fuck off. What was the
Okay, go, Quasi,
goddamn?
go.
Yeah.
What was the goddamn point of that whole thing about Lady, figuring out that, hey, maybe not all demons are bad, and her going through this development where she, like you said, Pete, actively lied to Kevin Conroy about Dante, not having the amulet anymore or whatever the fuck, if she's still going to side with him? What about this entire fight even comes close to pointing towards this being a good idea? That doesn't make any fucking sense.
Oh man, it's like it'd be one thing if they found her again and she's like, "All right, do it, or you're like fucking dead or something." Like,
Right.
all right, fine.
Like,
And just like Dante just like makes a ruckus, and then she gets the opportunity or something. I
And-
don't-
God, then the
Right.
the fact
I
that
don't know.
again it's so like plot poisony again because she sneaks up
we need
on
a
him.
Diabolus Ex Machina. That's
Yeah.
what we need.
I'm
We
calling
need a
it.
Diabolus Ex Machina because we can't just end the show here. The evil churchman is still.
Again, well, look, here's
what
the-
we're gonna do with him now
She-
if the show ends here.
He's not able to react to like when she's very clearly about to prick him in his neck or something like that, when she already did that once before, so he knows what to expect, but like he's able to react to a flying car like being thrown at him from behind at who knows how fast. And again, I'm not sure I buy that just a regular ass needle can pierce his skin anyway. So
Yeah.
You know, that's not the worst thing that happens
Oh
in
no,
this
it's about to get
entire
a lot
sequence.
worse.
No,
Like,
we're about to get there.
no, oh boy, we're finally here. We're finally here, ladies and gentlemen. The
Yeah.
moment you've all been waiting for.
Yeah.
It's the themes. It's them themes that we've been building up this whole
Them
time.
themes, bro.
So I'm just gonna
Okay,
let I
first.
have my own rant about this, but like let's go
I'm
one
gonna
at a
keep my rant
time
brief.
down the
Yeah,
road.
but,
All right, Bio, let's start with you.
Okay. So I want to mention something. Like, there's nothing wrong with like having a character that's vulnerable, have weaknesses. There's nothing wrong with that, right?
Right.
However, this whole series of events is so disrespectful for Dante as a character that I'm glad this isn't canon, and I hope the show gets memory hold. So that's the first thing. That's the first thing. Okay, the second thing. The
Amen.
demon
There you
invasion
go.
into hell. I would just like to remind people in Devil May Cry 5, when there was like legions of demons pouring out, the US military and whoever else fuck they could get on hand they could only accomplish like holding the demons back, or at
Mhm.
least keeping them. They could only like keep them back, and that's after like throwing wave after wave of soldiers at the demons. So
Right.
I guess they just didn't have mega ultra uber air force
Yeah.
like these
And
guys.
They
then
didn't
the last
try it
thing-
hard enough. They
And
didn't
then the
try
last
hard
thing.
enough.
Okay, and then the last thing with fucking Vergil working for Mundus. Are you fucking kidding me? Vergil, in the original game, wanted to fucking kill Mundus because Mundus was one that killed destroyed his family as far as he knows. There is no fucking way that Vergil would ever work for fucking Mundus. If anything, he has every reason to fucking kill him. And even when they meet each other in Devil May Cry 3, this is after his fight with Dante, he looks up at Mundus, pulls out his sword and says like, if my father can do it, then so can I get too. And he fucking charges at Mundus, like he's going at him. Okay,
The only reason
this-
he was no, go on. Sorry.
This is fucking plot poison. This is like the worst official
This is
fan
plot
fiction ending
syphilis.
I've ever seen. And guess what happens to your hero? Oh, he gets like basically knocked out and thrown in a cryo tube. This is your hero, ladies and gentlemen. I'm done with my
Yeah.
rant. You guys continue.
Yeah.
And like to be fair, and the only reason he was working, he was technically working under Mundus in the first game, but that's only because that was
That was
Neo
mind
and
control,
Angelo.
right?
I'm talking about number
Yeah,
3.
like
I'm talking
that
about
wasn't like him as we know him or
Yeah.
would come to know him.
Yeah, like in number 3, like the second he sees Mundus, he's like, yeah, it's on, motherfucker, it's on. And number
Yeah.
1, he was being mind controlled and possessed, which I'll give that slip. But like the impression they give you in this one is that like, no,
Yeah, they
this is-
willingly did it.
This is your father's enemy.
Yeah.
What? And it is something I should mention up is that like in Devil May Cry, like one of the differences between Vergil and Dante is that Vergil idolizes his father, while Dante in a way kind of rejects his dad's legacy. Like this isn't Vergil. This is like This is like someone wearing Vergil's skin
This is
suit.
Urkel.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm done. You guys can go expand upon that, but there's my rant done. So continue.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like Dan guy, yeah, that better be the case with sung along those lines. But honestly, do we have enough faith in this show to make that make sense?
Fuck no, baby.
Exactly my point. Oh, number one rival, Adi Shankar's critique of America is one of the void of actual critique. He pulled a Lily Orchard.
Oh,
I mean, for real.
Oh,
Honestly,
man.
like
They should be named.
this is so like it's so goddamn obvious and like low key kind of freaking it's so goddamn weird, especially when you're just having demons being an allegory for racial minorities, which I mean it can
And
work.
immigrants.
And
Very
immigrants,
specifically, yeah, them illegally.
yeah, in the Middle East, which is why they have all these turbans and shit. Like, dude, can I just say, not to get super political, you don't have to share your actual opinions about this conflict. But what is it? Oh, God. But what is it about the fucking war in Gaza that has just cracked up people's fucking brains, dog? I don't know, man. This is so.
At first, I thought you were gonna say
At
first, I thought you were gonna say the war on terror, but yeah,
Bro,
considering
the
you know
war
the
on terror was
theme
like
of this
20
show.
fucking years ago. Like, listen,
Yeah.
I remember as a child growing up watching like AMVs of like Iraq war footage, as like the song with the bodies at the floor was fucking
Jesus
amazing.
Oh, God.
Jeez.
I think I know the one you're talking about. That's so fucking wild.
I remember, like, wasn't there an episode of like
The internet was a
Crab
wild
Family
time
who
back
that
in the early
that had to be
2000s.
like, guys, that freaking discrimination against like Middle Eastern people and just like people of like
This Biden.
yeah, of all that is yeah, that's bad. Just because we're living in a post-war on terror world doesn't mean that stuff is suddenly good.
Yeah,
Be
so, like, I'm not-
discriminatory towards like
About the Middle
Muslims
East,
and
right?
whatnot.
You know,
Yeah.
not to get too political, right? But like the Middle East, like internally politics-wise, is really fucking complicated, right? Unless you had someone like
Sure.
explain it to you.
And
I
like
have a few
you don't
friends-
have to. I'm not saying that you have to, you know, like perfectly replicate those politics or whatever in the context of this show or whatever.
Oh, I'm
The-
not saying
the-
that at all. I'm just saying this seemed like
Yeah.
a really juvenile, like, oh, the war on terror and blah blah blah. Like, if you, because here's the thing, I actually have a few buddies from the Middle East who tell me stuff on the ground, right? Is like you know, internally, like the Middle East has always been a very complicated political area, right? Outside of our external forces, right? But this seems like the most juvenile, you know, take on like the war on terror. Like,
Yeah,
that was
and-
20 fucking years ago. My God.
and you have to get in order to get here, you have to get through like contrivance after contrivance after story contrivance in order for this shit to happen. It's like, dude,
Yeah,
this
and
didn't even work.
I also fucking hate the orcs are black people, goblins.
Oh,
are
yeah, that
Jews,
shit's
all
fucking
shit. I fucking
so
hate that shit.
goddamn Maverick. I hate that shit. It's sort of like a similar.
Okay,
You know.
listen. If
What
you
was that
think, like,
movie
black
again,
people are
Kaiser?
orcs,
What was that
something like
movie
what does
again
it stand
with,
for? Okay, listen. If that's what you like, okay, if you associate those fantasy creatures with people, what does
Yeah,
it
there's
say
something
about
wrong
you?
with you, bro. There's something wrong
Yeah.
with you. Like, are you talking about fuck? What's the? It's something bright.
Yeah,
Something
bright. Yeah, bright.
Bright,
Lives
yeah,
don't matter
yeah.
today.
Oh my god, that shit was
Yeah,
fucking
the orcs
terrible.
like were basically meant to be black people and minorities.
Oh,
Teaming
Yeah.
up with Will Smith and yeah, again freaking fairy lives. Oh, man,
It's so
what was that one guy's name thinking? I forget his name. David Ayer. What was David Ayer thinking?
Yeah, that this is so Maverick. But
Oh, and
again,
man guy. Yeah, I mentioned it before. Yeah, Adi Shankar made him look like more racist than the actual biggest. Because yeah, again. Yeah, if you want to read into it, the way the dark-skinned folk are treated in this show, all of them now are dead. Maybe
Yeah.
that last guy might have not died, but he's probably dead. And all the other like dark-skinned folk in this show died by episode 4.
Yep.
Meanwhile, the
So-
protagonists are all a bunch of white guys.
Like,
Who
not
also
okay.
have to be the savior
It's-
of everything. If you wanna be a little crackpotty about it, you could call them the white saviors.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Go ahead, Pete. Go.
So that was Devil May Cry, Netflix.
Yeah.
Do you guys want to sum
The
up
American Idiot Edition.
I want to
Yeah.
be an American idiot.
Yeah, so how about you guys sum up
Everybody do the propaganda.
CBF? Your turn. How about you sum up your feelings about this series?
Oh man. And also, again, this scene, this was probably my most hated scene. This was the scene I was dreading. Everyone got to hear. I heard all the story about, like, oh man, they added the Green Day just doing freaking American Idiot. To
Yeah, they
the
made a freaking
sequence
prison in
of-
hell. I'm like,
yeah,
why?
to the sequence of full-on American colonialism on Makai, and like very quickly have already managed to start mining oil and resources from it.
Hmm.
America.
Yeah, like, this
fuck
show,
yeah.
it's so. This show wants to beat you over the head with everything all the time, except for weirdly episode 6.
Yeah.
It's honestly, this show is going after how even like some of the other like less bad episodes are actually still pretty terrible. Yeah, no, I'm dropping the show down to like probably a 4, to be honest. It's
Yeah.
not
Yeah,
the worst
I'm
thing in
in
the
the
world,
same
but it
boat.
is terrible. It's the best parts about it are some of the action scenes, a good chunk of episode 6, and like sometimes Dante and Enzo can be kind of fun-ish to watch.
Yeah, I'm
So
with,
much
I'm
about
with
this
you.
show
I'm with
is
you in
actively
regards to like
terrible.
the overall scoring. I think this is like a 4 or 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, like this is the kind of show where it wants to have decent and interesting things to say, but it can't do that for the life of it because there's just so much stupid going on, and it really is just carried by a
This show,
fair
wait,
few
rival.
decent
This is a
fight
2 out of 10. Dude, how, dude? Okay,
I don't know if I would say
wanna
it's a
know
2.
what
I wouldn't go that far. It's
I don't
not
know what-
It's
what
like a
have
2 or
you
3
seen?
on my scale?
Okay, like I don't think you've seen enough shows to say that that's a 2, dog. If this is a 2, oh my goodness! Like I said, freaking Japan sinks.
It's bad. Like
Japan Sinks is a 2.
Yeah,
This is,
no, I say that's a
Ruby
1.
Volumes
I say that
5
shit's
and
a 1.
Yeah, no, Japan Sinks is a 2. Rival, what are your scores for Ruby Volumes? Because Ruby Volumes 5 and 7 are a 2 out of 10.
yeah, no, this
And
is
they're like so much worse than this could ever hope to be. This has pockets of moments, like this has
Yeah.
pockets of storytelling that are actually competently well written.
yeah.
There is not a single scene in volumes 5 and 7 that isn't fundamentally broken and filled with so many extreme problems. Maybe there's like one or
There might
two
be. I
moments
feel
in
like there's
volumes 5
probably
and
1. In
yeah, there's probably
volume
1 in
7.
5 and 7.
No,
1
not
or
in
2,
5.
but
There's
still.
nothing good. Oh, okay. There's one good scene in 5.
Not good, but
one-
the fight against Blake and Ilya fight was semi-competent. And there were
Yeah.
some, I guess, semi-competent moments in Volume 7. Mainly that one fight between Ironwood and Watts, and also,
Yeah, I
I
was
guess,
about to say,
some
like,
moments
all the
with
good scenes with
Clover.
Ironwood are
but yeah.
fine, but like, yeah, they
No,
just get
honestly, no.
wrong.
Even then, no, because all the scenes with Ironwood, aside from that fight, they're contending with Team Ruby being garbage.
Yeah,
So it's just that
yeah,
one
there's
fight and a couple bonding moments with Crow and Clover.
Yeah,
So
And
that's
that
what
gets
a real
bad.
2 out of 10 looks like to me. This
yeah, to
is
me.
not that. This
and
is
Rivals all like,
terrible, but,
fine, I'll raise it to a 3.
So-
yeah.
He gave him the peer pressure.
Yeah.
So
Hurrah, we defended the show.
Oh my god.
Guys,
feel
Never let
dirty.
it
I
be
need a
said that we
shower.
just blindly hate this show, guys. We
need a
convinced someone to
shower.
raise their score from a 2 to a 3.
Kaiser.
I need a
Listen, here's the
Uh,
thing. I do want
goddamn-
to like the show, but it's so fucking bad. Like, this is a 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is pretty terrible. And again, this does not capture anything about the core of Devil May Cry beyond vaguely getting bits of Dante's character kind of right. The tone
Yeah.
of this feels often weirdly freaking
Wait, guys, I think Pete was
Misanthropic
trying
and
to ask
unpleasant.
Quentin something real quickly. Pete, what
Oh
did
no,
you
I
want to
was
say?
I was just gonna move on to like give you the mic, Kaiser. But I mean, CBF, if you still got more stuff to say about like
okay.
the because I figured we go through each of our general thoughts and then bring it to a
Right.
conclusion.
Okay,
So
fair.
CBF, have you got anything
think
else?
CBF, you sound like you were kind of looping there. Do you got anything else?
Yeah, I pretty much said like almost all I'm willing to say. It's just that it is marginally better than the reboot, mainly
Right.
because Dante here isn't horribly unlikable, and
Right.
neither is he horribly bland. He is both
Right.
of those things in the reboot. And there are like a
Yeah.
couple funny moments here, just like they are in the reboot. Like again, I am Mundus, you're an asshole, and Mundus gets super offended by that.
Yeah.
But that's
Okay.
it. This is still shit.
Okay, but in terms of my personal thoughts, I'm of a similar mind where I'm willing to just give this shit a 4 out of 10. And beforehand, I think I even said this, in the last stream that like, I mean, this show is just kind of painfully mid, and just looking at this now, I'm like, nah, this shit's even worse. Like,
we
it's
were
far.
generous.
Listen, it is far, 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 far from any of the worst shows I have ever seen in my goddamn life. Okay, and CBF, you've borne witness to some of them. We group watch some of them together, and just outside of Ruby, Japan Sings, King's Game, fucking
Pranks, handshakers,
yeah, Pranks,
irregular at Magic High School, Arifureta.
Well, I haven't
Season 1.
watched that, but Ari Ferretta, yeah, all that shit. We have seen the worst of the worst of the worst, and that's only the things that we can remember off the top of our heads. But even speaking as someone who has little to no connection to the Devil May Cry franchise, aside from playing Dante and Vergil in the Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3, yeah, this shit is a two cans of ass. Okay,
Ass.
a 2-pack of ass. Like it's not terrible, but there's barely anything there aside from a couple of cool fight scenes and the entirety of episode 6 in isolation. That's worth a damn. And if that's all you gotta go for, that's terrible. So, and if it's that mid to me as a complete fucking norm for me, I think the fans have every single right to get at this show. Every single right.
All right, and Bio, I know you ranted about the American Idiot part. I don't know if you have anything else to say about like the show in general, just as like closing thoughts.
I think I've kind of covered my faults. Like this is like going into the show, I didn't have much like high expectations.
Oh no.
And
sorry, I thought
what
the show, like I wasn't expecting much, right? Yet the show has managed to even shatter those low expectations. Like it's even worse than I thought it would be. And like it's Devil May Cry. How do you fuck this up? And I'm like, oh right, this is how you fuck it up. Like, the only silver lining, the only silver lining I see is that hopefully people will actually try and play the video games and give the games a try, because the video games are actually really good. Except
that's sort of the big thing that I would like to ask in regards to this, because that's sort of like the biggest purpose of any adaptation is to act as a gateway for the rest of the franchise. So I guess a question I would have for you and CBF: how confident are you that a non-Devil May Cry will come across this show, watch it, and feel like, you know what, I'm gonna try the rest of this Devil May Cry shit?
Well, I've seen this happen. Granted, they tend to start with 5, but it happens. Yeah. So I've seen a few people do it over on the hashtag shitter.com, shitter with an X. But yeah, like there are people who watch this and they're like, yeah, I'm gonna try the games. You know what? 5 looks the best. It's the most recent model. Start with that. And they realize, oh, I don't know what's going on. I probably should have started.
Maybe don't start with the 5th game of a fucking franchise, guys.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck?
It's like, yeah, you can play 1. It hasn't aged as bad as some people think. You can play 3. It is still a fantastic game. You can play
Yeah.
5. It is still a fantastic. It is a fantastic game that rivals 3. And you know, you can play
Hey,
4 in the
alright.
reboot if you want. If you really want to be
It
a
doesn't
completionist,
exist.
throw 2 in there. I wouldn't recommend them, especially
No,
2.
2's painful
You know,
to play.
it's so bad, but still, it is
Yeah,
what
but
it
watching the
is. You
show is
know.
worse. Watching the show is more painful. Like,
I
okay,
wouldn't say that.
There's like
I'd
maybe a-
much rather watch this than play 2. Hell,
I'd
there are
rather play
points
2
where there are
than watch
points where I'd
this.
rather watch this than play DMC reboot or 4. Granted, they're still better than this in terms of an actual like full-on experience. Even if DMC reboot is an even worse story.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I would give like a 50-50 shot, but like here's the thing, when it comes to media, this is what you're exposed to when it comes to Devil May Cry.
Yeah.
You hate the show, you gotta have the conception of like, oh, is this what the games are? Well, it's lame. Like, there's
Yeah,
nothing
yeah.
that-
I don't want to play any of this gay ass shit. Fuck that.
That's kind of what like my parents did when like I wanted this was back when Ghost in the Shell, the ScarJo one had just come
Oh
out.
my
It's on like on the
God,
DVD and stuff, and I'm like,
no.
they want to watch it, and I'm like, wait, let's start with like the 1995 anime movie. Like they're like, no, I want to watch this. We watched it. We all thought it was terrible. They never want anything to do with this franchise ever again. I'm like,
Yeah,
Well,
fucking
damn.
sucks.
So
Yeah, I like listen. I think there's a small chance that like people will check out the games, but your average normie isn't gonna fucking be checking out the games after watching
No.
this.
No.
so
I think if they liked it, they will. If they have, but anyone who
Yeah, but if they
said
like,
that
if
this
they
is
like
bad,
the show,
most
they,
likely
yeah,
not.
But, yeah,
But
if
that's
they
like a
the show-
minority in a minority. Like there are so that most people are just dogging on this fucking show, dude.
Yeah, no, here's the thing. Like, I've seen like the scores and everything looks like the average person, even a fair amount of my coworkers, they're like, yeah, this is pretty good. It's just
Okay.
that a lot of the dedicated Devil May Cry fans and like people on Twitter and people who like know any of like Adi Shankar's BS, we're all like, yeah, no, this was bad and not good. The average, like, this show is still relatively well received, even considering all the controversy and how divisive it is.
And that in
There's
of itself
probably
is a huge
hundreds or
problem, to
even
be
thousands
honest.
of people who are experiencing Devil May Cry, the games, after this.
And,
will
and
be
you know
able
what?
to
That
come
in
back
of
to this
itself,
and determine whether or not this was like an adequate representation.
and that in of itself is debatably a huge problem because it's like, you know, I mean, it's good that people are getting into the franchise, but it would have been so much better if you put your best foot forward, you know?
Yes.
Yeah, and Danga, yeah, that's true. Like Shadow Movie 3 was like pretty loose in adapting SA2, but like people went back to SA2 and like there's been some annoying discourse with that, but still that's a
But
lot of people
to be clear,
going back
YouTube,
there.
by SA, we're talking about Sonic Adventure,
Yeah, Sonic
Okay.
Adventure 2. Yeah.
not the other thing.
Yeah.
No.
Oh,
we're
yeah,
not talking about
hey,
Sonic
if
Advance
sexual
2, guys.
assault is so
get it straight.
Hey,
Get it straight.
hey, if sexual assault is so bad, then why is there a sexual assault too?
Wait, I know what's in your guys'
Checkmate.
heads right now.
Checkmate, feminists.
I don't. What's wrong with you guys? The other essay in Sonic is Sonic Advance.
That's also true.
Get your heads out of the gutter, guys. What's wrong with
Listen,
you?
we were all thinking it, even you, even if you want to deny it. We're just saying what everyone
no,
was
I
thinking.
wasn't.
Anyways,
Oh,
so you guys have
shit.
given your thoughts. And now I'm gonna
Yeah,
give
go
mine.
ahead, Pete.
So as someone who has had absolutely no experience with Devil May Cry before this anime series, whatever you want to call it, it's shit. Even as someone who liked seasons 1 and 2 of Castlevania, I think it's shit. To
Yep.
the question of like, if this would even like attract normies to Devil May Cry, I think it's possible, but I agree with you that, and I say this because even after having watched the first 2 seasons of the Castlevania anime, I didn't even really want to watch, I didn't really want to, like, play the I was not enticed to play Castlevania. Granted, it's probably, like, a different kind of
Sure.
situation, Castlevania compared to Devil
But
May
like,
Cry.
you would think that in a broad sense, people would be interested
Yeah.
after seeing the first 2 seasons,
But
right?
here's the thing, too, and again, the one thing that I've wanted to talk about for a bit is just the general feel that, like, because because a lot of people, comes up all the time when you get bad adaptations, or even just adaptations in general, is when people talk about the media in question being bad because it is an inaccurate adaptation rather than that it is just bad on its own. And because I can understand people being upset when you want to make a drastic change to something, or you want to add something in that maybe seems like incredibly out of left field. Like, yeah, making a Devil May Cry series where the theme is like the war on terror, I can understand that, you know, that's something that, without the experience that I've had in Devil May Cry, I can understand that that is something that is very out of left field. I am not against out of left field ideas from being implemented into stories, and I'll tell you why. It's because my favorite movie was an adaptation of a book that made an incredibly drastic change to it. So my favorite movie is The Prestige, directed by Christopher Nolan, based off of the book under the same name, written by Christopher Priest. Now,
my favorite is Shining. Similar deal there.
Yeah.
That was one of my favorites.
So The Prestige, I won't go too much into it. It's about two competing magicians with one another. Not like super magic, like, you know, illusory like magicians. They use trickery and, you know, traditional real life magic. And that's the whole story, is just the rivalry between the two. Now, in the book, half of it is from one of the magician's perspective, and then the other half is from the others. You never really get the perspective that either of them is necessarily a bad guy. They're two people who just don't have the full picture and were, unfortunately, you know, just got into these different circumstances that started off this whole rivalry between the two of them. There's even a part in the book when they're like, you know, if things have gone, you know, slightly differently, we could have been friends. In the movie, it takes one of these two characters, Angier, and makes him into an irredeemable villain. To give you like an idea of how big a change that is, if that's not enough to convince you, imagine an adaptation of Phoenix Wright, of Ace Attorney. To my understanding, Edgeworth is an antagonist, but he's not necessarily a bad person. He's just, you know, the prosecutor. Right. Imagine an adaptation of Ace Attorney.
Yeah, because like antagonist in like the broad sense does not mean your character's evil. Like for example, the hero could be the antagonist to a villain protagonist.
Yeah, an antagonist and a villain are two entirely different things. You can have a villain who can be the protagonist, but you can also have an antagonist who isn't necessarily a villain. And like that's basically the equivalent of like this change in The Prestige, is if you took Edgeworth and you just made him into an irredeemable villain who was supposed to lose, and he was just, you know, undeniably bad. That's how big this change was in Christopher Nolan's adaptation of The Prestige. And, you know, in any other kind of situation, people would probably question it. Here's the thing. Christopher Priest saw Nolan's take on his work and how much was changed from it. Yeah, no, it's Christopher Priest and Christopher Nolan.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, both are, both their names are Chris. I know, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Everybody hates.
Well, Christopher Priest loved Nolan's take on his book, despite how drastically different it was. And that's because at the heart of The Prestige, it wasn't about Angier, it wasn't about Borden, it wasn't about their rivalry, it wasn't even about magic, you know, per se. It was about demonstrating how a magic act is, in many ways, how a author presents their story, and essentially showing a story that both showcases illusory magic in the story as a parallel to the way that it is telling that story, to show you how the way that an author weaves a narrative is in many ways akin to how a magician weaves and you know, makes a show for everyone to enjoy. That is the core of The Prestige, and how they both use trickery and misdirection to make people think one thing in order for them to have this reveal at the end. And that is what The Prestige captures. That is the core of The Prestige. And despite how differently the movie is from the book, it captures that. And that is why it's a fantastic movie, and that's also why the author of the book thought that the movie was fantastic. It's the reason why Christopher Nolan wanted to make an adaptation of the book, because he was enthralled by that. Is that it doesn't matter how much you change what you're adapting, so long as you know what the core of what you're adapting is about, and you are capable of adapting that. I genuinely believe you can change whatever the hell you want, and so long as it's still good, it will work. The question remains, is what they adapted in Netflix's Devil May Cry the core of Devil May Cry? And I can't say for certain because I'm not a Devil May Cry fan.
No.
But we can... But we can, and we say no.
Exactly.
And
listen,
there
they're
are adaptations that don't try to be as drastic, but still try to make their own changes to maybe like eke out a bit more of what they want, what they think the core ideas are from the story and like from core character relationships. Like Blaze Blue's terrible anime adaptation. It, for the most part, did a really bad job of it, even though there's actually one thing that kind of gets in like a legitimately good and interesting and additive direction. But like, it tried to do that stuff. It didn't have time. It did a terrible job. But even that's like nowhere near as dramatic as this. And it's a significantly worse show by most metrics.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
This show tried to do so much more like heady and different things. The problem is the script is really subpar for the most part, filled with so many contradictions, holes and contrivances, and
character
writing is dog water.
It's either bare bones or bad. Yeah.
Yeah, and so little of like the appeal and core principles, like in tone or anything about Devil May Cry is preserved whatsoever beyond Dante himself to a degree.
Yeah.
And if that's the most you got, the main character
it's not worth it.
Is a little like what he is in the games. That's like, that's not worth it. Much. You better have a damn good script, and well, as we've demonstrated, this doesn't. So yeah, it's a failure of an adaptation and a failure of a show.
Yep.
Right.
So
yeah, I would have to agree. And just to move like with Pete, right, is that there's nothing wrong with being different, right? But like when you're so radically different from what the core of the work is. Because when it comes to like adaptations, like there are some adaptations that change small details or change a few things, sometimes for the better, sometimes for the worst. But this show fundamentally it doesn't have the spirit of Devil May Cry. It just has the skin suit of it, and I think that's really like that is the nail in the coffin. This is
Devil May Cry in blackface.
This is the second time this has happened with an American take on Devil May Cry.
Yeah.
It's not much better than the first time.
Yeah.
We should probably just not let this happen again after season 2 comes out.
Yeah, maybe we shouldn't colonize everything, guys. Maybe
The Americans can't handle that. Just like how the Americans ruined Black Mirror.
So,
oh god.
I get the impression that we probably won't be getting a season 3 unless, like, for whatever reason, one has already been ordered that I'm not aware of.
I imagine
maybe it depends on the
successful, numbers. But yeah, hopefully. I don't want a season 3 of this. If season 2 is a complete story, especially, don't make a new one for season 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, what would you even do after that?
I hope season 2 is just like a complete finish to all of this, and we don't have to deal with this. I'm not even sure I want to watch season 2. Even if I do, there's almost no chance of me bothering with season 3.
All right, so those are our thoughts on Devil May Cry, and we actually finished up a little bit.
Devil May Cringe.
Devil May Cringe. Yeah.
These nuts may cry.
These nuts may cringe.
Devil May crap.
Yeah. So with that out of the way, and yeah, like we got through this a little bit quicker than I was expecting. I'm glad that everyone got like the chance to talk about it.
Again was like the fastest because there was the least to talk about.
Yeah.
There was the least going on, and sometimes praising stuff doesn't take as long as ripping it to shreds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
a lot of the time that's the case.
So with I think since we're probably gonna bring things to a close, let's get to anything that you guys have to plug. Kaiser, start us off. You got anything you wanna share?
With me, I was at first kind of planning on maybe putting out a video this month, but I've just been so goddamn busy with school and it's nearing graduation and stuff like that. It's probably not gonna I'm probably not gonna do it by the time the month is over, but early next month I'll definitely have a new video out. So hopefully anyone that's here can stay tuned for that. Thanks for watching.
All right, CBF.
Kind of same, but for completely different reasons. Granted, the video I'm working on regarding Sakamoto and animation and just like the discourse regarding that, I wanted to get out last month. I'm not even entirely sure I'll get it out by the end of this month. Hopefully soon, like early next month, I'll be able to. And then I can start actually recording and like finishing things up for like the giant Ruby retrospective, which is gonna be 3 parts and probably total about like 8-ish hours across the 3 parts.
Sheesh. Okay.
All right.
Don't worry,
Stay
Team Jack
tuned,
will do like a
folks.
breakdown of it.
All right, Bio. What do you got?
So I just recently posted the video that me and Pete did about talking about the Sonic franchise. I'm still working on my little like Pulp Fiction sword sorcery novel thing in the background. I might link the website to it, link it to Pete. It's just some ghetto website that a buddy of mine made, and we're just posting like first drafts of crap basically. Yeah, I am gonna do the Devil May Cry review at some point. I'm just being busy and kind of just busy with other stuff.
That's understandable. And then as for me, I am hopefully going to be uploading a video. Maybe not. I would like to upload it before the next Team Jacked, but definitely sometime this week. A video about Arcane and just some bad storytelling that has been in it in general. Breaking Arcane's, in parentheses, bad storytelling. That'll be out hopefully sometime this week. Beyond that, I'm also working on some other stuff. I'm currently writing up a Legend of Korra themed script, and I'm thinking of doing just some regular breakdowns of episode by episode of my adventures with Superman, because I just want some stuff to do, and I'm trying to finish up one of 2 other much longer videos, but I won't talk too much about it until, like, in case something else goes wrong. Beyond that, I do regular streams every week. We've only done these ones outside of the normal day that I stream, just because of like scheduling constraints. Normally I stream on Saturday evenings at 5 or 5:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We'll usually like play some video games and stuff, so tune in around then if you want. And also one last thing, I just want to promote this guy one more time since I forgot to earlier. I got this amazing channel layout from this guy, Visual Vista. He had some pretty good pricing on the layout that you see here. He looks like he does some other kinds of stuff, like, little stuff for icons and maybe, channel reactions, all kind of cool animation stuff. And the best part, he's not a bot. I can confirm he is not a bot. He's even tuned in on last stream. Go check out the stuff that he does. If you're someone who streams, he will give you a pretty good price on that. Beyond that, that's pretty much everything, I think. So with all that having been said, you guys haven't. And Dan Guy, thank you so much for tuning in for the stream. I've been looking at your comments the whole time. If you ever happen to stop by any one of my regular gaming streams, I talk a lot more with a lot of the other people. I know I haven't been to the watch parties with you and your friends recently, just because time constraints. But anyways, all that being said, you guys have an excellent night and stay platinum.
See y'all around.
Alrighty.
Liz!
Bye.
Now kill yourselves.
Bro, what the fuck?